Radio
95.1 FM.
Okay, alright. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM? Such a unique dial.
95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two light. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who will take three lights, four lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Time, Tyson Gay right all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two light. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who will take three lights, four lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Time, Tyson Gay right all the way.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanwanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Gentlemen, and welcome to another exciting edition of sports right here on your radio. It is Today 95.1 FM, and the show is Today Sports Life. It's the marathon edition of the show. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon right here in the city of Port Harcourt. It's the 19th day of July 2026, and when you hear that date, something hits you really hard, and that is the final of the FIFA 2026 World Cup ongoing right there in the United States of America, Mexico, and Canada. It comes to an end today. We saw a mind-blowing result yesterday coming from the game between France and the Three Lions of England. That one ended 6 goals to 4 in favor of the Three Lions of England. And who would have known that such an encounter will bring in 10 beautiful goals? Yes, that was how it all ended in the third place fixture right there, as the bronze medal did go to the Three Lions of England, and for the Le Bleu of France, it was just go home empty-handed and see how to rebuild for another FIFA World Cup. Yes, that was the story coming from that one yesterday. And today, later on today, 8 p.m. is going to be the time we'll see what we call the senior GOAT against the incoming GOAT, or would I want to say the Messi himself up against the baby Messi coming through. That is Argentina up against the La Roja of Spain. It's going to be a battle between Lionel Messi and Lamine Yamal. So it promises to be an exciting encounter right there at the finals of the FIFA 2026 World Cup. Do remember that you can also watch it alongside the Today FM sports crew at Amora Resort. Amora Resort is somewhere right here in Alakaya, Choba. Just by First Mechanic. You stop there by that junction, and you can ask anyone. I'm going to Amora Resort, and the road will be pointed, the direction will be given, and you make your way down there. You can watch this exciting encounter with the Today FM sports crew live at Amora Resort. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome once more to the most exciting, yes, we call it the best sports show this side of the Niger. It is Today Sports Live, and we are bringing to you stories coming from the world of sports in its entirety. When I say its entirety, I'm talking about sports, athletics, tennis, table tennis, boxing, UFC, Formula One, tennis itself. You can call whichever one. We talk golf. We can also talk cricket if you want us to. Yes, then we end things talking football. Yes, that round letter game that gives you the chills and the thrills down your spine. Yeah, we'll bring it to you hot and spicy as it is right here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Osasin Hiwin. You can call me the demigod in the world of sports, or better still call me your chauffeur, because I'll be the man behind this console to direct proceedings right now, and we'll take you through talking other sports before we switch things somewhere around 3:30 to talk sports coming, or call that football coming from the global scene. And this time we'll pitch our tents with the FIFA 2026 World Cup, and after that we'll look at the transfers from 4:30 up until 6 p.m. So that's how it's going to be today on the show, and you have the guys coming from one point or the other to turn things and give you that flavor, yes, when it has to do with the spice right there. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got a lot to talk about today. There is athletics on the menu, there is table tennis on the menu, there's tennis on the menu. We also have a little bit of what's on my screen right now, which is Formula One. It's about to get down to business right there. 2 p.m. is the time where it kickstarts, the Belgian Grand Prix. Yes, and pole position already, Kimi Antonelli, his father's birthday, his pole position, double celebration. That's what it is on my screen right now. Is the team principal of Red Bull. That is Laurent Marquez.
we go. Stand by the biz.
Let's have a see if we can find a driver early doors. I'm hearing Liam Lawson.
Possibly Liam Lawson.
Liam, you're good for a chat. How's the track out there? Any Lego bricks flying around out there?
There honestly definitely could be Lego around the track. Yeah, hopefully we don't get any punctures.
All right, so that is what the Belgian Grand Prix will bring to you as a 2 p.m. Hostilities will get down on the track right there, as we've got Kimi Antonelli, we've got in second place right there Max Verstappen of Red Bull. There is also George Russell. There is Lewis Hamilton. There's Charles Leclerc. There's Lewis Hamilton. All of these guys will be slugging it down out right there on the track at the Belgian Grand Prix. But before we talk about the Belgian Grand Prix, we've got a lot to talk about coming from athletics. Yes, we'll start with that. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring you into the conversation already. You can be part of it at any point in time through the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, as it's currently open right now. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, the numbers to drop your reactions to 0701 933 9962. Again, it is 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, you can call in when we throw open the phone line, or when I throw open the phone line later on the show. For the phone line, you can take it down. It is 0810 951 0951. Yes, again, it is 070 0810 951 0951. That is 0810 951 0951. And you can also join us via our social media handles. We are live on YouTube at Today951FM, at Today951FM. On Facebook, you can catch us at Today95.1FM, at Today95.1FM. On Instagram, it is at TodayFM951, at TodayFM951. For X and Twitch, we're live right now on Twitch, so it's the same handle at Today FM 951, at Today FM 951. You can also listen to us via our website, which is www.todayfmlive.com. Go over there, search for or look for the homepage or the menu list and search for the Listen Live button. Click it and you will be here with us. Audio only it is. And you could also connect with us via the radio apps, TuneIn and Radio Garden. Go over to these apps and search for Today 95.1FM, Today 95.1FM, and you could connect with us as we go on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get down to business. And what do? Grab something that will keep you going. Sit back, relax, and let's enjoy the show together.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA President. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time for us to start talking, and we start from the home front, where it's all happening right here in Nigeria when it has to do with athletics. See, let me just give you a tip of the iceberg.
Well, they got great start from League Seville, and Jai right alongside him. Seville there in the line strip in the middle there. Jai's getting ahead of him, or is he? He's going to get him this time. And Jai takes the Nigerian there, glances across, a little bit of gamesmanship at the Jamaican Seville. And look at the time, 9.84. Wow.
All right, so that was Kaisola Ajayi right there. You can call him right now the king of 9.84 seconds because he's done it 3 times already this season, ending 9.84 seconds, and he's beaten the fastest man for this particular season. That is Oblique Seville of Jamaica, who ended up becoming the fastest man with 9.82 seconds. So Kaisola Ajayi is just would I call that 0.02 seconds away from becoming the fastest man or sharing the record for the fastest man this season in the world. That's a big one there for Kaisola Ajayi, just beating so many of the big guns right there in the 100 meters. And you say, how good can it get for Kaisola Ajayi as it stands right now? While I was playing that, I looked up on our screens and I saw football getting into Formula One, and that is Carlos Sainz coming in or showing up or getting down to the Belgian Grand Prix circuit with the Spanish national team jersey. Everybody is supporting. Franco Colapinto, the same, also did that for Argentina. In fact, he came up with a banner carrying the one of the greatest, or would I say, I don't know if he's the greatest right now for Argentine football, talking about Diego Armando Maradona, and having the hands of Lionel Messi on his shoulders also. These are the 2 greatest players you can pick right now coming from Argentina. I don't want to hear anybody call Gabriel Batistuta. I don't want to hear anybody call Riquelme or Sebastian Veron. These are the 2 greatest players Argentina has got to offer. And right now, we have those right there at the Chadon Belgian Grand Prix, the starting grid representing their countries who are in the final of the FIFA 2026 World Cup. But it's not time to talk about Formula One. We're still looking at athletics right here. And to talk this and dissect every matter right here with me is Ovie Wallace, as he joins me on the show this beautiful afternoon. Ovie, welcome to the show. Good afternoon to you. How was church today?
Good afternoon to you. Church was nice. It was fun. It was holy and enjoyable.
Holy coming from your mouth.
Why? I think I can see the word holy.
I don't know.
See me all dressed in white.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sparkling.
Holy coming from your mouth.
I'm looking like
I stopped there. I stopped there. Holy coming from your mouth.
Good afternoon to you, Osas. And today there is no sleeping today because we're going to have first 2 hours of the Belgium Grand Prix. Then after that, we go for a little break. You can watch some tennis in between that. And then we go for the biggest event in world sports.
Football.
And that is the World Cup. It's the biggest sports event.
I don't know. I don't know.
What?
I can't
what
tell.
Sports event is bigger? Because
it depends.
See, even the Americans.
In America.
No. Even the Americans confirm that this is sports. This is the biggest sporting event.
In America, the Super Bowl.
No. They thought. I watched it. They said they thought the Super Bowl was big until they saw soccer, as they called it soccer, and they said we've been caged. They said we've been caged. They said they didn't know soccer was that big. They said till they went to go and check some of their the footballers, their followers. Tom Brady, that is the biggest NFL star, does not even have as much followers as Bozina has. That shows you how big soccer is.
We hear these days that Erling Braut Haaland has hit over 70 million.
Yes, over
followers.
70 million followers. The man has turned to a part-time YouTuber at this point, part-time content creator with his memes and everything that he's been doing on Snap and the rest. So football is the biggest sporting event, and the World Cup is the biggest sporting event. And the Americans have confirmed it. Everyone has confirmed that. Today we see the 2 biggest nations, the 2 best nations who have made it this far, Spain and Barca. I've just been watching.
It's not Barca, it's Argentina.
Sorry. As I'm looking at that game, what I just said is Barca.
Now you know.
Barca future versus
nobody would be as happy as a Barcelona fan at this point.
Did you see Barcelona's page on their X account?
I've not placed my eyes there.
Go ahead. They did a whole video on Lamine Yamal and
father and son. Big goats versus small goats. Big Messi versus baby Messi.
I think it was La Masia to the world or something like that. But it was just about this World Cup is La Masia.
La Masia.
That was just what he did, and I'm just excited. And we get to watch that in big screen at Amora. So it's going to be a blast. We're going to have some today. We're going to have video. I'm going to be there. It's going to be a blast. Sabino is going to be there as well too. So we're also going to expect the callers too, the fans to come and join us. Let's all stay together. Let's all finally crown the one good.
There's one goat. You're not crowning any goat. He has already been crowned.
He has been crowned.
The other one is a baby goat.
Either you crown the baby goat or you give that other goat more food main shop. So it's just going to be crazy. And as we said, we got lots of sporting events. If you don't also look at that, we also had the MMA fight between Kamaru Usman
we'll talk about that.
Because the places yesterday, and Kamaru Usman was really frustrated. He felt that he said after the match, what were the judges saying? What were they looking at? Because he didn't believe he would have lost to unanimous decision.
Not even at this time.
Yes,
not even at this time. Yeah. Because every Nigerian that comes up against a South African does not just want to doesn't just want to fight
to do because the last time they both
no, I mean this period there's something going around this period where I know after a while a South African fighter, female fighter came up against a Nigerian female fighter. Only the glance from the Nigerian female fighter, she had to run out of the ring because she knows that she actually felt it that this one will kill me if I
we'll take all the frustration where they just we'll turn it on them. So it's just a blast, and good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Again, remember you can be part of the conversation. We have already started, so the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there for you. You can start sharing your thoughts with us as we go on right now. I will be delighted to hear from you. I want to hear from those followers of athletics in Nigeria. I want to hear from the followers of tennis in Nigeria, followers of table tennis in Nigeria. I mean, other sports in Nigeria. I really want to hear from you because it's not all about football. These days in Nigeria, we talk football. But we need to build that community where we have those who follow other sports like athletics, Formula One, tennis, boxing. Yeah, I know that boxing also has some huge community right here in Nigeria. A lot of listeners love boxing a lot. UFC is also part of that one. But we really want to get those who actually look away from football because football is like, the home boy. Everybody knows football. Everybody talks about football, but we want to hear you look at what you do away from football, those who are ardent followers of other sports right here in Nigeria. So it's time for you to keep yourself abreast, bring yourself up to speed with everything happening in the world of other sports as we start off already, or we have started off already, and it's from the world of athletics. And it's the Commonwealth Games we're going to be talking about. It's about 4 days to the opening ceremony of the 2026 Commonwealth Games right there in Glasgow, Scotland. And Team Nigeria stands on the threshold of another golden chapter in its rich sporting history. Now, listen, for more than 7 decades, Nigeria has been a dominant force at the Commonwealth Games, building a legacy of excellence that has inspired generations of athletes and sports lovers alike. Since making her debut at the 1950 Games in Auckland, the green and white, that's Team Nigeria, has amassed an impressive 82 gold medals alongside 84 silver medals and 105 bronze medals, bringing its medal overall tally to 271 medals. Now, the big question here is how many more will Team Nigeria add in Glasgow? Now, see, the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow has been highly talked about. Most especially, it looks like the turning point in Nigeria's athletics because this time we've seen the National Sports Commission, who happens to be the bigger umbrella or the biggest umbrella covering sports right here in Nigeria. Everything that has to do with sports in Nigeria is run and overseen by the National Sports Commission. And though we have the Athletics Federation of Nigeria being a subsidiary under the National Sports Commission that looks solely at athletics, but they work hand in hand with the National Sports Commission. And this term, the National Sports Commission has done everything that a commission should do to ensure that Team Nigeria goes to Glasgow and comes back in flying colors. And what is the flying color that the National Sports Commission has put forward? They have set an ambitious target of 20 gold medals as Nigeria heads to Scotland. So a lot of persons will look at it and say 20 gold medals. Is it achievable? Obviously, it's achievable. Team Nigeria would have to surpass their previous performance in the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, where they had 12 gold medals, all coming from the women. It was the women that went there and came back telling us that they went to Birmingham. They came back with 12 gold medals, just the ladies, and that was the most gold medals that Nigeria has had in the Commonwealth Games. Yeah, that was in the last edition, which is Birmingham 2022 Games, the Commonwealth Games there in 2022. This term is going to be huge. We had the historic Joshua Majekodumi's silver medal in 1950, and right now we have 12 gold medals as the most we have gotten from the Commonwealth Games. What happens in Glasgow? Are we going to be seeing Team Nigeria? Yes, the target is 20 gold medals. If they do that, then the Team Nigeria that went into the Commonwealth Games for the Glasgow 2026 edition would be the team that has done the most for Nigeria at the Commonwealth Games. So big one it is right there. So Nigeria have won 82 Commonwealth gold medals altogether. How much more can the team add in the 2026 Commonwealth Games right there in Glasgow? Meanwhile, we have the chairman of the National Sports Commission, Malam Shehu Diko. He has challenged Team Nigeria's athletes to uphold the values of integrity, discipline, and fair play as they prepare to represent the country at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. And that is very, very true, because when the bar has been raised, 20 gold medals, some athletes could decide to take the unconventional routes. That is that path that gives you quick success, but it doesn't last. You know what I mean? It could spur some athletes to go into usage of performance-enhancing drugs. It could spur some athletes to go into some very much not celebrated patterns or ways to attain success. Maybe you could decide to cheat and all of that. So the chairman of the National Sports Commission, Malam Shehu Diko, is challenging the team Nigerian athletes that they should uphold the values of integrity, because it's one thing to win, it's also one thing to win and win properly. So they should uphold the values of integrity, discipline, and fair play as they prepare to represent Nigeria at the 2026 Commonwealth Games right there in Glasgow. Quoting him, he says, "You are ambassadors of Nigeria's resilience, talent, and determination. As you compete, uphold the highest standards of integrity, fairness, and discipline, because those values define true champions." Elsewhere, the senior special assistant to the president on grassroots sports development, Honorable Adeyinka Anthony Adeboye, has expressed confidence in Team Nigeria's abilities to deliver an outstanding performance at the forthcoming Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland, describing the nation's athletes as worthy ambassadors prepared to uphold Nigeria's rich sporting heritage. Now, coming to the guy right here in the studio with me, that is Ovie Wallace. With the Commonwealth Games beginning on the 23rd of July, Team Nigeria has announced its squad already, and it's completing final preparations. They completed final preparations right here in Aberdeen. That was where they pitched their tent in preparations for the Commonwealth Games. And expectations are already very high from athletics, because we're seeing so many things happening right now in athletics. I played something at the beginning of the show, and that was Kanyisola Ajayi. If Kanyisola Ajayi could be beating the fastest man in the world this period, talking about Seville Oblique, that's Oblique Seville of Jamaica, and so many other quick guys right there, he has beaten them already. Not just once, twice, sometimes, for some of them 3 times already. You could as well say that this man could go to the Commonwealth Games and just do the same thing. 1 gold already guaranteed coming from Kanyisola Ajayi. Do not forget, Tobi Amuso is at one end. She's going to be going there as a defending champion. She's going to be going there to also see if she can make it 3 gold medals on the bounce. She had one in Birmingham 2022. She had one in 2018. That was her first one. And if she gets this time, it's going to be 3 gold medals back to back to back for Tobi Amoso. We also have wrestlers in top form, boxers in top form, weightlifters in top form. Table tennis is where we're going to talk about. But yeah, we still have representatives for table tennis. There's para sports, and Nigeria is very, very formidable and very, very well represented when it has to do with para sports. But here the discussion: Nigeria's realistic medal prospect. 20 gold medals with what you have seen so far of your Wallace. Is it achievable?
Well, I don't know if it's achievable. Well, first off, it seems achievable. I think I will give it to Nigeria with the performance so far at the Diamond League. You have to look at Ezekiel Nathan in the 400 already there. You have to look at our shot putter Enekwichi as well too. Also advancing as well too, and then Tobi Amoso too should already qualify for the Diamond League final as well. So then you have to look at the main man that has been taking all the balls. That is Kaisola Ajayi beating Oblique Seville just 9.8, and it's not a surprise. As you said, he's beating currently the fastest man in 2026 3-1, and their current record, all-time record, stands in 5-1, and not just Oblique Seville, he also beat other opponents, and you watch it. We can get those medals. I don't know what will happen with the table tennis and the rest and all, but I think in the 100, I think we can get good. I think in the 100-meter hurdles as well. To Tobi Amoso,
there's also Ezekiel Nathaniel. Yes, he's also doing it bigger when it has to do with
the
400 meters hurdles.
Yeah.
So he just finished 4th right there at the London Diamond League with a time of 48.30 seconds. It's a good one, posting in going to the...
It's a good one. You just missed podium.
Yeah, you just missed podium.
Just missed the podium.
By the whiskers.
Yeah, so you were not the last. I'll just give it to you that you were in the last, but I think that is a different league. Now we are coming, and this one is much more local. That's the Commonwealth. I think it's a much more different playing field. Playing field. I think it's much more a level playing field when it comes to Nigeria. As we've seen, we've dominated over the years when it comes to the Commonwealth Games. So I think I don't know about Kaisola Ajayi when it comes to the 400 meter, but
Kaisola Ajayi for the 100 meters, he's not a quarter miler.
Sorry, I met what's his name?
Fivashi?
Not Fivashi. The 400
Ezekiel Nathaniel.
Okay. Yeah, Ezekiel Nathaniel for the 400 meter. I'm not sure about Ezekiel Nathaniel, but I think we can trust Kaisola, we can trust Tobi Amoso, we can trust AC Brumi.
Okay.
I'm also looking at the men's 4x100 and the women's 4x100 release, and I can also see, yes, maybe we can get 2 goods there. And then you're also looking at the mixed relay.
All right.
Yeah, the mixed 4x100 relay. And I think you also give it to the men and the women. Just give it to Nigeria. But that's already like 5 goods I'm already counting. Then Nigeria, we're always dominant when it comes to wrestling. That's when it comes to wrestling, when it comes to weightlifting.
We used to have Blessing Ogboro but she's no longer there. She's retired. So those who are there right now should be able to carry on.
Blessing now retired. Took Nigeria on the map, got an Olympic silver medal when she was in Tokyo 2020, back-to-back Commonwealth gold medals as well too. So have a look at wrestling too as well. We had Udunayo Adekuroyi in wrestling 5 kg. The man got she got 3 consecutive medals in 2014, 2018, and 2022. And of course, to Tobi Amoso, we have AC Brumi too as well too. So Mary, you have to look at our pioneers, Mary Onyali.
What are you calling Mary Onyali's name in here?
No. Say the pioneers, people that that the athletes currently have to look up to. Have to look up to. That's what I'm calling Blessing and the rest. So we look at weightlifting. You look at you look at weightlifting, you look at wrestling, and those are two Nigerian strong suits there in which we could get medals there. So it's kind of realistic for us to get. At least it looks like an achievable goal. 11 gold medals, we've done it. 12 gold medals. So it's just to add 8 more gold medals. And Nigeria, we've been improving leaps and bounds when it comes to athletics in the country. You also have to look at when it comes to shot put as well too. We have Nkwechi as well too. So we've got the athletes.
I'm ready and most likely in top shape to do what we really want them to do, which is get the gold medals. Toby Amoson has joined the team. She did that 2 days ago. She has joined the team. She has arrived right there in Aberdeen. So it's a big one right there. Udodio Onwuzurike is also a part of that one right there. We have Chukwebuka Inekweche also. Before going there, he finished third in the men's shot put at the Gulai Itzvan Memorial, hitting a mark of 21.48 meters. He's been hitting those marks. We expect him to push a bit harder and go a bit higher, most likely this time trying to hit the 25 meters mark. That will help him finish very much ahead of the likes of Leonardo Fabri and the likes of Rinjra Campbell of Jamaica also at the Commonwealth Games. And we're hoping that Nigerian athletes would make us proud, which obviously they would definitely make us proud. One area where we're having our name come up for the very first time is in the men's 3x3 basketball event. I saw that in the Olympic Games, and I'm looking and I'm saying, what is the difference between this one now, and why is it that everything they want to bring something a bit different, tweaking it from what it used to be? Normal, that's a basketball game, but this time it's 3x3. So we're going to be having Esosa Okundaye, Marcel Osone, Robert Okawuba, and the fourth player who will definitely be announced pretty soon, join the Team Nigeria's setup to also take part in the men's 3x3 basketball event right there at the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games. And Obi Wallace, are we expecting any medals from these guys? Yeah, they are coming in for the very first time, but who says those who come in for the first time cannot go all the way to wow everyone, the contingent and all those viewing, and come in with a medal? Maybe not a gold medal, but at least a silver or a bronze medal could make them start on a high right there in Glasgow.
Well, looking at the squad led by Ike Nwamu, the Tigers senior men's basketball star. So we might not, or you said this is the first time we've taken a crack at the 3x3 men's basketball. We've seen it in the Olympics, and it's been attracting a lot of attention. You want to watch basketball at a much more faster pace. No, I think the 3x3 also give you quick defense, quick transition from defense to attack, and a lot of action to as well. And who says Nigeria can do it? We're a very good basketballing nation. If you want to look at it, you have to look at the Tigers men as well too. One of the only team to beat the USA men's national team. The first African team to beat the men's US national team. You have to look at the Tigers as well too. Back-to-back champions of Africa. The Tigers, the former champions of Africa. So we are well rooted when it comes to basketball in Africa. And the athletes we've gotten, the basketballers we've gotten, are people that know their trade well, and it is to see what they can do during the first couple of games. I'm expecting a medal. I'm expecting a medal as new as we are to this, as new as it is to the Commonwealth. I'm expecting at least a silver or a gold medal
from your first time.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure, but it's just looking at how good Nigeria has been when it comes to basketball, and I feel that with the person that is leading us,
all right,
the experience is there, the tactics are there. If they can do their runs well, I believe it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be easy, but it looks something achievable. A silver medal looks achievable. A bronze medal looks achievable. At least a medal looks achievable for Nigeria. And I won't be surprised if they do get it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there listening to us right now, you know very well that in 4 days' time is going to be up and running the 2026 Commonwealth Games right there in Glasgow, Scotland. You can share your thoughts with us on some of the questions that we have right here. Can Nigeria go all the way to bring in 20 gold medals, as has been stated? The benchmark by the National Sports Commission, the expectation by the National Sports Commission, 20 gold medals. Can Nigeria, with the improved performances we're seeing from our athletes and the red hot form we have right now on the global stage coming from our athletes, do you think that that could be achievable? That's going to be an 8 gold medal difference from where we ended last season or last edition of the Commonwealth Games. That was in Birmingham 2022, which 12 gold medals was what Team Nigeria was able to bring home, and it all came from the women. So do you think this time, they could hit 20 gold medals as set by the National Sports Commission? And where are you expecting the biggest of medal delivery for Nigeria? What aspect or what area? Is it going to be from the track and field? Is it going to be from the relays, or would it be from wrestling, from boxing, from tennis, table tennis? Is it going to be from where would it be coming from? Is it from the field, the javelin throw, the hammer throw, the discus, as well as the shot put? For the shot put, we have Chukwuebuka Enekweche. And when you hear that name, you know that at least something will come in at the end of the day, coming from the 2026 Commonwealth Games. You can share your thoughts with us right now via the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, which is doubled at 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. It doubles for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal. And we're asking, where are you expecting the hugest delivery of medals for Team Nigeria? Is it going to be the sprints, or is it going to be from the field, or maybe coming from wrestling or boxing at the end of the tournament? Yes, that you can share your thoughts with us. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is open right there for your taking. And also, we will be recording our first appearance at the Commonwealth Games for the men's 3x3 basketball. What that simply means is 3 men will play against 3 men. It's not like the usual conventional basketball where you have 5-on-5. This is 3-on-3. The way you used to have, you have volleyball, then you now have beach volleyball, where volleyball you have about 5 players. Then for beach volleyball, it's just 2. You have 2 players doing that. So that's the same thing with this kind of basketball. I watched it the last time at the Olympic Games in Paris, the 2024 Olympic Games, and it was exciting. Also, it shares the same rules with basketball. It's just that this time it's going to be 3 men. You have the spaces for you to make those runs. You have the spaces for you. It looks more like
it's just that you'll be playing on half court.
On half court, yes. So that's it. So Nigeria would take part for the first time at the Commonwealth Games in the 3x3 basketball event, and it's for the men. Yeah, it's building up right there at the Belgian Grand Prix. Drivers taking their stead and taking their positions on the grid. As it stands right now, getting set to get it all going right there at the Belgian Grand Prix. Is it going to be Kimi Antonelli? Is it going to be Max Verstappen? Is it going to be Lewis Hamilton? I don't want to even talk about George Russell, because these days he seems to be the man on fire. Could he also come through? Or maybe could Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc sneak in something for Ferrari at the end of the day? You can also share your thoughts with us on this particular one. We'll get talking Formula One, but we'll keep you posted when the race is up and running. In about 12 minutes from now, we'll have that race up and running. That is the Belgian, or call that 9 minutes from now. Yes, 9 minutes from now, we'll have that race up and running. So the drivers are set, they are on the grid, and it will be time for the race to kick start. All right, so still talking athletics. Let's go on right now to look at what could be coming through for the man Kaisola Ajayi. He's been really a rave of the moment right now. Running 9.83 or call that 9.84 seconds 3 times already in May 29th. On May 29th, he did that in Kentucky. On July 4th, he did it in Eugene. And yesterday, he did that in London. And how did he do it? He beat this year's world champion, that's Seville Oblique, the fastest man in the world, who has run a season's best of 9.82 seconds. He beat him in that particular one, and it was in grand style because you could see him finish the race, and he had that look on Oblique Seville, and that look was like, guy, see, I'm just starting.
Well, he said he was not looking at at the Oblique
Well,
Seville.
obviously, he was looking at Oblique Seville. He said it was for Anthony.
Yeah.
That look was for Anthony, who they had their own little banter before that race. But obviously, we are looking at Oblique Seville. Why didn't you look at Anthony, who was on the other side? You looked at Oblique Seville. So, but how far do you see this man going? Talking about Kanyisola Ajayi, how far do you see him going? Most likely before the World Athletics Championship in 2027 and maybe the Los Angeles Olympic Games in 2028. How mature can he be? Do you see him in any time from now? He's about 20, he should be 25 or 26 years of age. Do you see him any time from now becoming one of the world beaters, or maybe even going for the world record right there in the 100 meters in any of the big tournaments that are to come up in the future?
2 Diamond League wins to his name, and he's matched his national record. He's beaten the current fastest man, that is Oblique Seville. He's beaten him 3 times this year. On 100 meter. Well, you have to look at the rival. For Oblique Seville, maybe he's acknowledged that this man is a rival, but who won't acknowledge him as a rival when you've been beaten by him 3 times? Overall, you've been beaten by him 5-1. I think you have to start looking at this man and start fearing him. And then back-to-back Diamond League wins. The man has been rising up since last year when he was not even on the track competing with this man. And now, in just a year, how much things have changed. And now he's looking at he's aiming to be one of the fastest men in the world. And he's already done that by beating the current world champion in Oblique Seville. You just have to look at how much he's going to grow. As you said, he's quite young as well too, and an athlete's career is not always long. Because when you're already clocking, you're already reaching 30 or 30 plus, your speed drops and all, and it's hard to compete with the younger ones. So at this point, you're in your prime. You have to give it your best. And as we said, the Commonwealth Games is next. I think that's where he's going to set it straight that he is the fastest man in Africa. He's the fastest man at the Commonwealth Games. And after that, what's next? The Olympics. After that, what's next?
No, you have the World Athletics Championship. You also have other Diamond Leagues. He has about 2 or 3 Diamond Leagues before the season ends. Then
I think in Loazen and the rest. So another Diamond League, another World Athletics race. The Olympics is there as well. So that for the athletes, that's always one of the biggest prizes for them. Getting a gold medal, getting a medal at the Olympics, and it's not far off. If he can keep up this tempo, he can keep up this pace, if he can keep up this walk, to the end of the year, if he can keep up this walk till 2028. Who says that Los Angeles he can make? Who says that
he's actually 21 years of age, and he has a lot of time ahead of him.
He has a lot of time ahead of him. So we just hope he does not tarnish it by, as you said, dipping his hands into the wrong bucket. But as you say, he's he's got a bright future ahead of him, Kanyisola Ajayi, and he's already started it right. One of the youngest prospects, and we've seen him in the NCCA record. He's already broken many records set by previous Nigerians as well, at the NCAA and previous NCCA records. So he's already setting himself as one of the men to beat, one of the world beaters, as you want to call it, and it's to see how much the man can grow. Can he get to the level of the likes of Toby Amuso and the rest who have dominated the stage back to back Diamond League wins, Diamond League medals. Let's see if he can match that, if he can surpass that. He's already gotten 2 Diamond League wins. There are more Diamond League events to look forward to. He's already beaten the fastest man. Not just that, also other strong athletes as well. So you're going to look at put him up against Noah Lyles, put him up against as you said yesterday, if maybe Simboth could come back, but we all know that is still far-fetched. But it's to keep on setting the times. Although you say his record to the current world champion is just off by I think 0.7 seconds.
All right.
So he's still got to be able to match that and be able to surpass that if he wants to put himself, or he wants to set a world record. He wants to be a world record holder like Sotobi Amoso and the rest. But for now, we know in the nation there is no one as fast as Kaisola Ajayi.
All right. In the continent of Africa, most likely, no one is as fast as Kaisola Ajayi. He is flying the flag of Nigeria so high that globally you can now see that it's green and white. That's the beauty of the man Kaisola Ajayi. He will have his time right there in the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. What are you expecting from Kaisola Ajayi? A gold medal? Do you think, yeah, he can get it at this point? He's just been beaten by one man when it has to do with the standings of the fastest men for the year 2026, and that is Oblique Seville, who has run a season's best of 9.82 seconds. Kaisola comes in with 9.84 seconds, as he has done it on 3 different occasions already. The man is in red hot form, and he takes that form to Glasgow. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's up and running at the Spa-Francorchamps right there in Belgium for the Belgian Grand Prix. I will cross over to the Spa-Francorchamps circuit right there in Belgium to give you a feel of how it is right there at the Belgium Grand Prix.
Along behind his teammate in third on the grid, but he's got 2 Ferraris in his mirrors as well. There is one of them, Lewis Hamilton. And the sky continuing to look a little bit grey up there in places, but at the moment it is, of course, bone dry.
We should go to Sky Race Control then, because Bernie Collins has got her mate Ray with him, with her, Ray Dar, that is. What's the rain saying?
Yeah, exactly, Crofty. I think around 5 minutes' time we'll be starting to get some light spits here at the circuit, and then there's some heavier rain behind that. Now, the question mark is at this stage, is that heavy enough to promote an inter-tyre? Bit unclear. It continues to change as it always does around Spa as it gets towards us, but you know, it's a significant mark on the radar. There's around 30 minutes of that light rain at least, so let's see if that's enough.
All right, that's talking about the weather condition right there at the Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium for the Belgian Grand Prix. It is one circuit that has always been known for weather mishaps. I don't know if today it's also going to bring that same cover sheet on these drivers right here, because you could see somebody start at the beginning and the weather will say, no, guy, you're not going to win this one at the end of the day. But the way it stands right now, the drivers are already set. And what do you call this one? The formation lap. Yes, it is. It's up and running. You have Kimi Antonelli in front there trying to dazzle and dance. I don't know what they call that in Formula One, where you have the drivers move from one end to the other.
They are trying to warm up their tires, because if they start on cool tires, they will be very slow. So they have to. The engineers are watching it on their screen. They are watching the temperature of the tires. If you notice, when they're on the grid, there's always the kind of bag they use to cover the tires.
Yes.
So it keeps the tires at a certain temperature till it's time to leave the pit. So when it leaves the pit, it's still that temperature. When they get on the tracks, now they have to warm it to reach that temperature.
This is actually funny to me. With your wallet, see, I know the way we drive here in Nigeria. In Nigeria here, we can drive with 3 tires. One is bad. We manage it. But this one now, you're talking about temperatures of tires, temperature in hard tires.
Well, the Pirelli tires are different from the tires that we have here. You can see how smooth the tires are. Those tires, they stick to the ground. So it's very different from the ones that we have, that you see all those bumps and everything.
Yeah, spikes
all the spikes and everything, that they are meant to climb things. This one can't climb. As you can see, the road is smooth and also those tires are meant to
That's why you
stick.
can't do Formula One here.
You can't do Formula One yet. The only time where you see those kind of tires is when they bring out the intermediate and the hard. In fact, the intermediate is almost the soft. You see the hard tires, because the hard tires has the ridges, and also it can move the water out.
Okay.
And they can easily grip
Okay.
the floor, because if they take any of the soft to hard tires on a wet surface, they will turn to Beyblade, or they will turn to a disco ball and start spinning.
Okay. All right. So that's exactly how Formula One is right there, right now. The formation lap is what is up and running. We'll keep you posted with everything happening from that particular center as the Belgian Grand Prix at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is about to take center stage, but we are still talking about what's happening with Nigerian sports, and this one is not on a positive note. It's about table tennis, as Nigeria has withdrawn from the qualifiers of the 2026 African Table Tennis Championship after Nigeria Table Tennis Federation (NTFF) cited a lack of funds as the reason for its decision. The qualification tournament was scheduled to hold in Conakry, Guinea, with participating teams battling for places at the African Table Tennis Championships in Morocco this October. NTTF president, that is the Nigerian Table Tennis Federation president, Mr. Adesoji Tayo, revealed that the federation made every effort to ensure that the country's participation was clean and clear, but was unable to secure the necessary funds. According to Mr. Tayo, the soaring cost of flight tickets combined with the absence of financial support from the National Sports Commission made it impossible for the Nigerian team to travel to Guinea. Guinea here is what is now very difficult for Nigeria's table tennis team to travel to. Mr. Tayo, Adesoji Tayo, being the NTFF president, said no financial support coming from the National Sports Commission. I'm expecting Honorable Bukola Olakpade to come up on Monday morning and tell us how they have pumped 356 billion something to the Nigerian Table Tennis Federation, and maybe give us reason why this had to happen. But this is really, really poor at this point. Nigeria and the team members for table tennis will not take part in the 2026 African Table Tennis Championship. And you know what that means. It is from there that you get a clear chance to qualify. I can see Ovie Wallace. I can see Ovie Wallace excited right there, because it's lap 1 right there at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit at the Belgian Grand Prix, and this is how it is.
From Leclerc, Russell and Hamilton make contact. Russell in the gravel, Hamilton continues on. Lindblad's lost out to Lawson in the Racing Bulls. What an action-packed first lap.
That's bad news for George Russell and his World Championship campaign, as he tangled up there at turn 5 with Lewis Hamilton on the inside of him. Otherwise, it was all pretty clean, but Max Verstappen obviously boosted big time and got the run through Eau Rouge and Radion, and then, of course, didn't have any answer for the power of the Mercedes and the Ferrari climbing the hill up to Les Combes.
Yeah. The yellow flag is out there, and it looks like there is some sort of track hazard right there. And right now, it seems there is a shake-up already, Ovie Wallace.
There is already a shake-up. For currently, Charles Leclerc is fighting Max Verstappen for P2. The reason why I was so excited as a Red Bull fan. Okay, George Russell is out. The safety car has been brought in, so to be a chance for the team to...
So bad for George Russell.
And he's just 25 points behind Kimi Antonelli. Yeah. I'm sure Kimi will be very happy.
Very
happy, as long as he can finish or at least on the podium. So it started off, they were going into the Euro, and Max was able to take the corner heading into the because the Belgium Grand Prix at the Francorchamps is elevated, has at the gravel, and too bad he's been knocked out. The first driver, we didn't even complete lap. First driver we didn't even complete lap 1.
He didn't complete lap 1.
We
The
didn't
first
even
driver to
complete
be
lap 1.
knocked out
First driver
of
to
the
be
Belgian
knocked out.
Grand Prix.
And now that the safety car is on, they've gone to pit. I think we've seen Verstappen go for a pit. As well as some other cars to go for a pit. So we'll keep you up as well as some other cars to go for a pit. So we'll keep you updated on this, and we'll see if Kimi, Charles, or Verstappen. But I'm still looking at it as a Kimi and Max race to win.
All right, Kimi and Max race to win. The replay is right on our screens, right there from the start, right there in lap 1, and from that first turn. Was that where it all happened? No. Okay.
This was the overtake. Max overtake. This was the overtake. Max overtaking Kimi to the Eurasia.
It's Limbard in 7th.
The Eurasia.
It's Limbard in 7th. Franco Colapinto in 8th. It's Limbard in 7th. Franco Colapinto in 8th. But who is that? Bortoleto, right?
Bortoleto in 9th.
Bortoleto in 9th, and Lando Norris completes the top 10 right there. So that's how it is right there, coming from the Belgian Grand Prix as lap 3 of 44 laps is up and running. The safety car still in front, leading the charge right there. And maybe by the time it goes off, then we can see drivers try to overtake each other. So we'll keep you posted as activities continue to unfold right there at the Spa-Francorchamps circuits in the Belgian Grand Prix. But back to what we were talking about, it was table tennis right here in Nigeria, and the truth is Nigeria would not be part of the 2026 African Table Tennis Championship because of lack of funds. That's the reason the team could not travel to Conakry, Guinea because of lack of funds. And this is the National Sports Commission that we were giving the accolades for doing really, really good for Nigerian athletes as they move to the 2026 Commonwealth Games. But on this other side, they have fallen short when it has to do with Nigerian table tennis. First off, the African Table Tennis Championship is an open door to the World Table Tennis Championship. That's the way you can qualify for the World Table Tennis Championship. And without that, it's going to be difficult for Team Nigeria. Instead, now Nigeria's teenage team will shift attention or focus to the ITTF Hope Weeks and Challenge and the African Youth Championship and Cup in Accra by July 13th to July 29th. So it's something that needs us to talk right here, because it has happened before. Table tennis did not hold because of lack of funds, and it's happening again. And we are asking, why is it always Nigerian table tennis? Is it a problem of the federation, or is it a problem of the sports authorities? Because in some cases, you might want to look at it. Why is wrestling, the Nigerian Wrestling Federation, working? Why is athletics working? Why are some other federations working? Why always you, the Nigerian Table Tennis Federation? Is it that the federation is not aligning properly with where the source is? Or is it they are not doing their due diligence to ensure that they keep themselves relevant in Nigerian sports? But, Ovie Wallace, what's your take on all of this? Nigeria losing out again when it has to do with table tennis.
Well, it's not a one-sided issue if you're looking at it. I think both the NSC and both the NTTF have to have a blame in this. You have to look at the NTTF case. They said they submitted the programs and the budget to the NSC, and from them they said the NSC kept telling them that they are coming, that they give them the budget and they'll give them the funds to do that. I think the funds was how much? Almost $10,000 or so to for the travel and everything. And the NTTF president Adesoji Tayo said it's never. Is
that a yellow card on Lewis Hamilton?
So he's being checked right now, and the stewards are actually checking for the incident, if it was actually caused by him or it was actually caused by George Russell. So they'll look at that. But for now, it's still yellow. When it turns red, we know that will probably be given a 5-second penalty.
Okay.
5-second penalty.
And he cannot. I heard they can't avoid penalties already this period because Ferrari has been already billed $5,000.
You can appeal for a penalty after the race. You can appeal for a penalty after the race. So it's to look at that. But if it does get the 5-second penalties, to make sure that you already have a gap on the other cars behind you, then you can go and stop the penalty in the pit and then come out. But it's going to be hard. You're looking at the difference between Hamilton and the other cars in front or the other cars behind. If he does serve a 5-second penalty, he'll be coming out behind Alonso probably, because you're looking at the time going to be spent in the pit lane. It's going to be probably 20 seconds for a normal time pit stop. You're looking at maybe 10 seconds, depending on how far, sometimes 20 seconds. So he might come out behind Bierman and the rest, and if they are seeing him pit, they might want to come and undercut him, so he stays behind the pack or behind the train. So for now, Ferrari fans, just calm down first. Hamilton is currently on the live table. He's currently behind George Russell for the Drivers' Championship. So they don't want to see a 5-second penalty at this point, when they know that going into the second half, especially after we go on the 2-week break, we might see a different Hamilton coming into the set, especially with the new upgrades and all as well.
All right. And 0.7 seconds between Lewis Hamilton in 5th place and Oscar Piastri in 4th place. It's lap 5 already, right there, as the safety car has edged its way out, and the drivers have the chance right now to race for honors. We keep updating you as we go on the show. Would get to a point where we get to talk about Formula One, but it's all about Nigeria's table tennis. The teenage players are not going to be part of the African Table Tennis Championship. It's a heartbreaking one at this point due to lack of funds. We don't want to hear lack of funds. We have always been hearing lack of funds. It's best we hear something different, not lack of funds, because we know that the federal government does allocate amounts of money to sports in the budget.
Yes.
And what are these monies used for?
Exactly. So the NTTF, as I said, in their case, they said they needed at least 15 million naira. That was roughly $10,000. They said for 4 players, coaches, and staff. That was not counting the accommodation and the logistics all to Guinea. And it's not the first time we've seen the NSC when it comes to fundings for athletes or for the sportsmen that we have. The Tigers as well, too, the time that they did it, they had unpaid bills during their World Cup qualifiers in Angola as well, too. So it's not the first time since, even before I even got into sports presenting, and even after I even got into radio, it has been ongoing. It has been ongoing. So you can look at it as a structural level, that government funding is a chronic issue in Nigeria. Now, that is for the NSC. You can say maybe they can take 70% of the blame. Now, where I say the NTTF gets the blame is where many federations get the blame. When it comes to self-funding, when it comes to getting sponsors, you don't need to be. It's like you're waiting in square. You're still in square every time. You're waiting for daddy to come and give you money. So if there's something urgent, maybe you don't have something doing and all to fund your pocket and not, there's not something you can do to. Okay.
So you mean there is an overdependence on some of these federations?
Many of the federations they depend too much on the NSC. You can't tell me that the NTTF cannot go and at least get sponsors.
Your travel
at least for the
logistics
traveling
could be covered by sponsorships that you get. We have sponsorships that cover travels, so it could have been at least something to make, because it's always an embarrassing statement or an embarrassing revelation when you hear that Nigeria could not attend.
And now we missed 2 events. We missed the main World Championships that will be held in Morocco. The Guinea qualifiers that we were meant to get, we did get. And this is not the first time it has happened. And I know people are going to blame the NSC. I blame the NSC. We always blame the NSC. But I think it's time we look at the federation and say, see, Alpha, you have a strategic team.
Yeah.
You have your board members that I believe they themselves could also pull out of their own pockets to also fund because you cannot tell me the NTTF officials and the rest could not pull out $10,000, could not pull out at least 50 million naira for the athletes.
Okay.
To just to Guinea here. It's just to Guinea here. And there are many sponsors there. There are many companies in Nigeria that are waiting to get their name, their brands outside. And you're not looking, you're not doing the outreach, you're not doing the marketing. And that's also one thing that we also talked about when it comes to MPFL clubs. I think it's something in Nigeria where teams, clubs, federations just want to wait to be giving money.
That's a Nigerian defect.
Just a Nigerian defect.
They don't want to source money. They want to be giving money.
They want
to eat from the national.
They just want to eat from the national cake. When it comes to let us actually do things the right way. We don't need to waste time and start looking at this is the budget that we're waiting for. Because now Shehu Diko tells you it's coming. He's not the only one that you're not the
you're not the only federation. There are so many other federations.
Now you're looking at fundings for the Commonwealth Games as well too. So yes, we know there's money flowing. I know, but the time they will take to write to the president, this is the funding that we need. The time they will need to start writing for the petition and everything. So there's lots of time and there are lots of procedures to get that money. And during that time, I'm sure you can also get.
What's happening at the Belgian Grand Prix? Why is everybody knocking on every person? That was Oscar Piastri.
That was Charles Leclerc.
Was that Charles Leclerc?
Yeah, and Oscar Piastri. Yeah.
That was Oscar Piastri and Charles Leclerc. Yeah, it was. So Charles trying to overtake from. I think that would have been a wrong area to overtake from.
It was not wrong, but I think we've seen Oscar Piastri when it comes to overtaking, especially the two McLarens. They like overtaking from dangerous position because he was already inside the line. Oscar Piastri. Charles was outside. He was still trying to push Charles outside. He was still trying to, because we all know if he had continued, he said he didn't leave enough space. That could have been a massive crash. Why should I give you space so you can pass me? I'm trying to defend my position. You're still trying to go during that space, Oscar Piastri. So I think for me, Oscar Piastri was taking a risk, going in the inside, and of course, Charles is not going to give you that space because you know that there's a turn in front of him. So he's trying to go ahead, so he's going to be able to get to the apex first. So you know that you have to slow down. You have to slow down. So it was a big risk. Maybe if he had passed him on that line, it would have worked. But if he was going through that line, he would have taken the apex lead.
Okay.
Yeah, he would have taken the apex lead. Entering from the apex to the long straight, he would not be able to build that speed. So he knew he was going to lose speed. So I bet that possible. Let's just go. Let us see who will slow down.
Okay.
And thank God they just missed that crash. Verstappen has currently set the fastest time, the fastest lap time. The gap between him and Antonelli just 1.2. Same thing, Charles Leclerc 1.2. So 9 laps, and we already have. It's already been a blast. They're still checking Lewis Hamilton, who is currently in 5th. Hopefully, for Ferrari fans, he does not get a penalty. But it's been dangerous at the Spa-Francorchamps currently.
All right. Okay, and that is Oscar Piastri moving into 5th place, exchanging with Lewis Hamilton right there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's Antonelli, Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, and Lewis Hamilton as we look towards lap 10 right there at the Belgian Grand Prix. That's just a replay of what happened there between Charles Leclerc and Oscar Piastri as there was that knock at the end of it. So much to talk about coming from the Belgian Grand Prix as it looks like the controversies are going to be really, really heavy right there at the Belgian Grand Prix. But Ovie Wallace, we look back to where we were coming from. This time, we're not going to deliver or sit back much talking about what spilled milk already, which is coming from the Nigeria table tennis sector.
What I would just say is that I think the federations need to at least be trying their best, because we cannot be coming every day nitpicking on the NSC. We know the NSC has their own problems. The NSC have always had problems when it comes to funding. We know it is structural issue when it comes to Nigeria. But I think the federations, when it also comes to sponsorship, when it also comes to getting to fundraising abilities, I think it's also something that you also need to look at, and we also have to say, okay, at least you people to also take a blame for this. Yeah, take responsibility for this, because to them, maybe it does not concern you, but to the athletes, you're looking at the opportunity that they've lost going out there to showcase themselves, to get into clubs, to build themselves up. So for the federations, and many of them the board members, we all know they are private investors and everything. So Lewis Hamilton has been given a 5-second penalty for infringing or the collision that he caused during turn 6 on George Russell. Yeah, so a 5-second penalty. Let's see how he plays it out, because we've seen the man allowed a 5-second penalty and still win a race. We've seen he's had a 5-second penalty and still finish on the podium. Now he has the 5-second penalty, but the cars in front of it, especially with Red Bull now, they've with the upgrades they've made from their last race, they removed the Macarena wings. Them and Ferrari, they've removed their Macarena wings to cause less less accidents, because the Macarena wings does not really get more drags, because when it goes into that street, it's very it takes their speed up to maybe 5 to 10 kilometers per lap. So so going into that, the FIA said it was too dangerous, it was too fast and everything. Mercedes fans were like, yes, Red Bull will be slow. But I thought Red Bull were going to be slow. But I think during the race weekend, finishing FP1, topping FP1, that was Verstappen, and then in FP2, in the qualifiers as well, to having 2 Red Bulls in the top 10, and the Max finishing or locking out the front row with Kimi Antonelli. So right now, Verstappen has got that pace, but are they still as fast as the McLarens? Are they still as the Mercedes? Who knows?
All right, who knows? It is right there as we return back to talk what we have been talking about, and that is Nigerian sports. This time, it is tennis.
And the team winning Group 3 and also advancing to Group 2, our champions for this week, Nigeria.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are our teams that have been promoted from the Billie Jean King Cup Africa Group 3 to Group 2. Let's give them a round of applause.
Yes, so that was it, as history was made twice this year. First, Nigeria's men's tennis team secured the Davis Cup World Group 2. And on July 18th, that was yesterday, Nigeria's women secured the Billie Jean Cup Europe/Africa World Group 2. Same year, same federation, same flag, same Nigeria, and we're doing it big in the world of tennis. We had Oyinlomo Quadri, Kajidat Success Itoro, and Coach Rotimi do us proud as they were able to secure a passage into the Billie Jean Cup Europe Africa World Group 2. A beautiful one right there. It was capped by Oyilomo Quadri as the Nigerian star player came from behind, set down, and 0-4 in the final set to defeat Ekwa Yori 4-6, 6-4, 7-5, and give Nigeria a 2-0 advantage at the just concluded Billie Jean Cup Africa Group 3 qualifiers in Botswana. It was a huge one from that particular one, as many things happened, and Nigeria finally made it to the Group 2, aimed that promotion and aimed it in grand style. It's been what would I call it right now? It's been an impressive year for Nigeria in tennis. By the way, we're joined in the studio by Henry Ogugwo, and he would talk to us much about this particular one, and that is Nigeria's qualification for the Billie Jean Kings Cup Europe Africa Group 2. That promotion there got in. Remember that earlier on in February 2026, the Davis Cup World Group 2 promotion was aimed by Nigeria's men's team in tennis. We've also had in this particular year, in the month May 2026, we had a Nigerian play at the Grand Slam event, the Junior Grand Slam event. Yes, it was. And in July, we had a Nigerian, it was in the doubles, meet or reach the semi-finals of the Grand Slam events, the junior. Don't look at me like it's the junior. I'm talking about the junior. Yes.
He did qualify for Wimbledon. He actually qualified for the main draw, singles also, but he went through the qualifiers for the junior Wimbledon. But it's not. Now we're looking. It's no longer the times of Nduka Odizo and like when we're talking about what's their names, I forgot it, Nduka Odizo and Co in the 80s, and we're talking about Nigerians actually getting to participate in Grand Slams in the 80s. We're waiting to see when that happened. We had one that participated in the junior circuit, so hopefully in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years we get to see him actually qualify for a Grand Slam. And also the main thing is just climbing the rankings in the junior circuit at this point in time. But you ask yourself, did the federation even have a hide, or his parents were just funding the whole thing throughout?
But the glory comes to Nigeria, whether you like it or not. The
that
federation
is,
and
that is the
Nigeria.
sad thing. They'll take the glory. You see one person wear his agbada or danchiki and his cap and come in front of the mic and say, we've done well, we are doing or putting all the efforts we can. As you can see, they've qualified. Mosas, I mean, you're in the Davis Cup Group 2 now for Africa.
Yeah.
Billie Jean Cup Group 2 qualifiers for Africa. So, I mean, as much as you might raise or have questions about whether the federation is actually doing what it should do,
all right,
you can't fault the fact that there are some results. So it's also right that even if you didn't do much, you at least take glory for the results that are coming out at the end of the day. But I mean, it's some positive, because this is one sport that it's only felt like it was being played in Nigeria for leisure.
Okay.
That's what it was like. If you have a membership in any of these top clubs or anything, you just go there, play, enjoy yourself. But I think even parents need to do more, especially those who can actually afford it, because playing tennis is not cheap. It's not cheap.
Do we even have where to play tennis in Port Harcourt here?
There's a certain company that has a club that you can go and play tennis. I remember how much my dad bought his tennis rackets those days. Yes.
It's one
I'm
game.
sure my dad had the racket also.
Yes, it's one game I want. It's one game I even want my daughter to play. But Henry, to find a place.
I had an interest in the sports when I was small, but my parents were never the type to even want you to even play any sports. It was about go to school, graduate, get a good job, and live your life normally, like it was for them. All those sort of stuff. So, but now in hindsight, I mean, from 3, my children are at least you're taking up 3 sports from the age of 3. 3 is not even beyond sports, instruments, doing a lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of our parents didn't see those things as important.
I would have been a very do I want to use the word wicked bass player
by the age of
now? But my mom stopped me.
By the age of 6.
I started learning bass at the age of 6.
Of course, you'll be wicked.
I would have been a wicked bass player.
He'll be worse than Sissipas. he'll be worse than Zverev. If he's next, man, the umpire.
See, the thing is that at the age of 6, I picked up an interest. I like tennis at the age of 6, watching Federer, watching Nadal. Over time, Nadal became my favorite. Over time, but I picked up an interest in tennis from that early age, and yeah, like I said, Dad only used to play it for leisure. That's what it was. Or it felt like to him, and parents weren't keen on really bringing up their children in such a manner that it was anything outside school, or it just had to be school. It was school, that was it for them, and all those other sports and other things never made any difference. But for now, parents that can afford it, parents that have good jobs, that you can afford to give your children very good extracurriculars. I mean, nothing stops you. Buy a racket. There are rackets tailored for the 6-year-olds, made for the 7, 8, 9, 10, for any age grade you're looking for. There are rackets made for their size. And also there's some will you say, fitness to actually know which racket is actually suited for the muscular development or for the muscular strength currently of that personnel, so that you don't end up tearing your shoulder muscle and all that stuff. But you can get the rackets for the right age. There are rackets that are made for each age, this thing, and your child can start training. You can go to one of these sports or one of these leisure clubs and this thing, pay a coach. I know it might be expensive in a way,
or if you can yourself, you can try your best. I mean, the Williams sisters, their father was their coach, wasn't he? So if you're a tennis enthusiast yourself and you have the funds, you can, and you have a child that is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, Nadal started learning tennis from the age of 3 from his uncle Tony. The rest is history. 21 Grand Slams, right? So, I mean, we need to see more of that from Nigeria, because if we're waiting for the federations to actually do all these things, we're not going to get anywhere, because the federations will not do anything. They will not do nada. Nothing will happen. Nothing will come out of them. So I think parents need to do more to encourage. It doesn't mean the child won't go to school, honestly. I know I'm digressing a bit away from what we're talking about, but it doesn't mean the child won't go to school, or the child won't have a degree, or the child won't be top of his class. But I mean, 2 hours every day, 1 hour, 30 minutes every day after school to practice.
We're seeing those representing. Some of them came from outside the country, not really grassroots. Some of the representatives from outside the country.
Yeah, and
this is what led to it.
We can actually do more basketballers who are producing outside the country. We're seeing, see the tennis stars now are getting promoted. We were in the group, is it 4 of us? We got to group 3, went to group 2 now. Before you know it now, we could find ourselves in the group 1 and end of everything, both in the Billie Jean and Davis Cup. With a diaspora population of 17 million. So imagine what you can do with a country with a population with the neighborhood of about 250 million people, between 200 250 million people. So, I mean, imagine what you can actually do with that. So I think the federations are not, sorry to say this, like he was talking about the NSA, everything is just blame on it. We should also blame. He can go ahead. Before his father used to let him, he was
look at the burial he gave to his father.
Yeah, he died under such circumstances, no doubt. But at least you can't say he didn't make his father.
He made his father proud.
So I think parents. I know, yes, the pathway in Nigeria is much more difficult. It's difficult over there. Imagine in Nigeria where there's no structure or there's no planning, how difficult it will be. So, but I mean, you can still encourage that child. I mean, people could be looking, someone could be looking. You don't know, your child could start playing at junior circuits on the African continent. Before you know it, at university level, the child is good enough to get an NCAA scholarship to play tennis in the United States, or could be picked up and continue their development elsewhere. So I think parents need to encourage children to actually do more. I mean, even beyond tennis, you can start encouraging your child to take up 2 or 3 sports. Most children in the West, in Europe, at the age of 3, 4, 5, 6 years, they start with football. But most of them are playing about 2, 3 sports. It's when they get to about between the ages of 11 to 15, they start focusing solely on one.
Focusing on
one particular. But usually they start with about 3 sports, putting in an hour every day or 2 hours every day, practicing and everything. So, and you can't say they are dull academically, because they still make it academically, don't they? The innovations we see in the world are still from them at the end
Not
of
only
the
parents,
day.
even schools these days. I know that we are digressing, but even schools these days, sports should be part of your schooling activities.
It should be part and parcel of.
I don't mean bringing them out every Wednesday morning and you throw the ball in the air and say, catch
No,
it.
it's about coaching. It's about formalizing it for them. It's about teaching them the rudiments from a very young age, and instilling those rudiments and making sure constant training and repetition happens and occurs. That's the way you can get good at it. I mean, you look at I wish I could show you the picture, the pitch. Was it Kylian Mbappe, Dembele, the grassroots team in France? No, Riyad Mahrez, his grassroots team in France. Because in France has one of the best grassroots setups. It's like it's like the setup Prumek in the United is playing in the secondary school or the community school on the same sort of bad pitches, or the same sort of bad pitches we do have in Nigeria, but the coaching and repetition is always there, and these guys tend to improve. So it's the same thing. I think parents need to do more. Parents need to encourage their children to take up sports. It needs to encourage their children to take up sports. I know they say some people will tell you, but let them focus on book. Jack of all trade. What did I say?
Jack of all trade, master of none.
Master of none, but it's better. But that's not the full meaning. Not the full say Jack of all trade is a master of none, but better than a master of one. That's the full. That's the full say.
We always cut it from the middle.
Now, a lot of people don't know this fact, but that's the truth. Jack of all trade is a master of none, but better than a master of one. So it makes the child very versatile, and the child can fall into any place he wants to at the end of the day, beyond sports. So I think for tennis, as much as we want to rely, going back to tennis, as much as we want to rely on the federations, the parents and the schools need to do more.
All right.
Because it's not actually a cheap sport, especially those who can afford it. Encourage, because that's the only way I think we can cut the deficit locally within this country.
All right. So much coming from Henry there as words of advice, as well as a wake-up call to everyone, the government, the parents, the schools. Sports needs to be invested in, and we are seeing Nigeria reap the benefits with the investment, even if it's athletes from the diaspora coming in, and it's been a really impressive year in tennis for Nigeria. As far as February 2026, Nigeria had that qualification for the Davis Cup, or promotion into the Davis Cup World Group 2 in May 2026. It was also reported impressive year in tennis for Nigeria, and most of the players are players from the diaspora. Good one there it is, but we need to invest more in players coming from the grassroots, and that is in Nigeria. But here, the Nigerian National Sports Commission, that's the NSC, have also looked at trying to gather more from the diaspora when it has to do with athletes, as Nigeria's Diaspora Talent Identification Program. It started in London over the week, a new initiative that has begun by identifying talented Nigerians living abroad across several sports, including basketball, athletics, taekwondo, table tennis, golf, and netball. Netball was one of the focal points because Nigeria wants to delve into netball. Nigeria wants to get into netball and raise athletes in netball.
My mom said she played netball while in secondary school.
But I don't think we have come to the face of the globe in netball. So, but with this diaspora initiative, it's actually called the initiative, or called that Nigerian Diaspora Talent Identification Program. It's built on making sure that it picks Nigerian athletes from the diaspora.
I don't think it's a bad initiative. After all, Morocco and Algeria, the Moroccan national team is a typical. It's about you do it, but like I always say, you do it, but don't neglect what's happening. As long as you're not neglecting and you're trying to improve, not just, let me not say neglect, because the system inside the country feels neglected as it is. But as much as you're doing that, you're also trying to improve
what we have here.
Like we see now, the Super Eagles. Shirley is the under-23 and Super Eagles coach now. Reports have it he's hiring 2 scouts or thereabouts to help him scour Europe, also to help him look for young players of Nigerian descent he can also call up. But reports also have it that he's trying to Lewis Hamilton with a big hitch there, and he's dropped to what position now?
Lewis Hamilton is in sixth, and he still has a 5-second penalty.
So it's like, okay, he has done that, hiring scouts to help him scour Europe to look for diaspora talents from Nigeria for the under-23 and for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Although he has been doing that already for the past 1 year. That's how we got the likes of Christian Akpan, Abdullahi Bewene, Ryan Alebi also, and co coming to the national team. But he has also now, according to reports, there are a set of MPFL coaches that he has watched and talked to and rates in high regard, and he wants to use them as scouts to scout the Nigerian league setup, both the MPFL and NNL, to help him get talents for the under-23s.
All right.
So I mean, it's about doing it. He's doing it both ways.
Okay.
So that's about it with the NSC. Do that.
Do it both ways.
Yeah. Do it both ways. Do it both ways. So you're trying to get diaspora talent. All fine and good. I mean, there's nothing wrong if we have an NBA laden basketball team, right? I mean, we see a lot of Nigerians get drafted into the NBA season in, season out. Even if you don't really cut it that much in the NBA, you end up going to the Eurobasket League and make a good career. You can play for Anadolu SF, play for Milan, play for Red Star or Partizan or Real Madrid or Barcelona. You make good careers, and when you bring them, they still do well in the, or they can see, or they should still do well in the national team. After all, you look at the Spanish national team. It's all mostly guys playing in Real Madrid, Barcelona, although some do play in the NBA, the Gasol brothers and all that stuff. So it happens like that. So, like I'm saying, it's nothing, or there's nothing wrong with doing that. But like I said, improve on what is happening locally and don't neglect it. That is my own.
All right, and that is also another one coming from Henry Ogugo right there, talking about the initiative in gathering Nigerian athletes from the diaspora. Yeah, that's called the Nigerian Diaspora Talent Identification Program, which began over the week in London, and we are seeing that this initiative is being designed to identify talented Nigerians living abroad across several sports. Netball is one huge one where we are seeing this initiative pay off as the diaspora netball team, spearheaded by ex-England international Alison Akinrinlola, aims to transition into the national setup to qualify for the 2027 Netball World Cup. Already at the Commonwealth Games, we're going to be seeing Nigeria. We're going to be seeing Nigeria take part in the 3x3 basketball event for the men. Hopefully, in subsequent tournaments and championships, we'll see Nigerian netball team also come into play. But the ball of contention here is do not neglect what we have coming from the grassroots. That is it. Because at this point, if you do that, then it's going to boomerang. That's talking to the National Sports Commission. It's going to boomerang because lots of Nigerians will not take it lightly if you abandon what we have coming from the grassroots and maybe want to focus on what we have coming from the diaspora. But working hand in hand will definitely improve what we have for Nigerian sports. It's time for us now to go to the phone line to take your reactions. You've been listening to us talk right from 1 p.m. down till this point, and we've talked a lot about Nigerian sport, ranging from athletics with what we are going to be seeing come 4 days from now, the 23rd of July at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland, to what we have missed not attending the African Table Tennis Championships due to funds, lack of funds. That's what the president of the Nigerian Table Tennis Federation, NTTF, stated there, Mr. Tayo, talking about lack of funds or not getting funds from the National Sports Commission. That's the reason why they could not make that journey to Conakry, Guinea, to participate in the African Table Tennis Championship. You could react to that one also. We've talked about tennis in Nigeria, the qualification of Team Nigeria, Nigeria's female team in tennis for the promotion to Group 2 right there at the Billie Jean Europe African Cup, or call that Group 2 of that cup there. We have qualified for it, and we are looking at also the Nigerian diaspora program, getting athletes from the diaspora to represent Nigeria in various sports. And we're looking at it and we're saying, should Nigeria rely more on diaspora athletes or focus greater investment on developing home-based talents? You could react to this one also, as we have all of these talking points for you right now on the show. And the phone line is currently open, 0810-951-0951. Again, it is 0810-951-0951. Yes, it's open right now to take your reactions, as we have been talking right from the beginning of the show, and we are here right now, and the phone line is open to take your reaction. So you can call in right now and air your thoughts on all of these talking points that we have had right from the beginning of the show. You can also make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, as it is doubled at 0701 933 9962. Again, it is 0701 933 9962. We have this one here coming in from the WhatsApp platform. It's from Henry, and he says, what is the Commonwealth Games all about? Is it celebrating colonialism or what? Why are Nigerians even participating? Unbelievable. Henry, I don't know if you have a reaction to that one.
That's political, and I don't want to air my political view here. Let's just leave it at that. But I think you know where I stand. You know where I stand.
Yeah, I know where you stand anyway. But it's the Commonwealth Games. Those countries
I don't even
colonized by...
Okay, I don't even believe in being in the Commonwealth of Nations in the first place. Why should I be? Those are vestiges of colonialism on me.
Why would you want to look at it as
Because there's no
vestiges of
benefit. It's not
colonialism?
like I have there's any like literally.
Don't you see?
What are the bilateral? I know it's we're delving into points. What are the bilateral terms between Nigeria and the United Kingdom? I mean, it's not like as a Nigerian, as Nigerians, if I'm the head of state, my citizens can actually go visa free to the United Kingdom.
It was like that. Yes,
ended in the 80s.
because
But the restrictions. What are the benefits? You come here and take my resources for little or nothing, and you end up using it to develop yourself.
It's because you did not behave well.
No. So, but there are no benefits of being in the Commonwealth of Nations. If I were the head of state, I'll pull Nigeria out of the Commonwealth of Nations because I think it's useless, frankly speaking. I don't think there's any need.
Okay. But I think Nigerians spoilt it with our bad
I know in the 80s, 70s, 80s, you could go without a visa to the United Kingdom. Yes, it was like that. But Osas, right now, there's no benefit. Even if there's no benefit of being in the Commonwealth of Nations. So, what is the need?
Okay. All right. That's our view there for the Commonwealth Games. The text message there, or call that WhatsApp message there, that talked about the Commonwealth Games and why we're going in. Are we celebrating colonialism? Not really. We're not doing that. But it's just a way to get countries colonized by the United Kingdom or Britain all together to compete and maybe get to know themselves and share one or two ideas. It's very possible. So I think we'll take the positives from that one and we move on. But the phone line is still open, 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to talk to us right here in the studio. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is doubled at 0701-933-9962. Again, it is 0701-933-9962. We still have a lot to talk about. The Belgian Grand Prix is still there. Right now, Charles Leclerc, after 26 laps, is leading the reins there. Kimi Antonelli back on the podium in second. Lando Norris in third. Max Verstappen in fourth. Oscar Piastri in fifth. Lewis Hamilton is now in sixth. He has served his 5 minutes penalty, 5 seconds penalty. I beg your pardon. Of your Wallace, he has served his 5 seconds penalty right there.
Yes, he's served his 5 second penalty. Currently, Charles Leclerc in the lead. Antonelli currently P2. Lando Norris P3. Lando still hasn't pitted yet, so he'll be going on to pit sooner or later. He's on hard tires, so he stayed out longer than the rest. The undercut which Verstappen tried to do on Antonelli didn't work. Antonelli was able to overcut him, and now it's still possible that he still keeps his lead. Charles Leclerc still in P1. Hamilton is still going to be checked, as I did read it from the screen that they are going to check for the handbrake issues. They said the way he stopped.
Another penalty.
They said after the race, so it's possibly after the race that they'll give him the penalty. That's if there's any problem, because we saw what happened during the pits.
Was it in the event with George Russell?
No, not in the event with George Russell. It was
the one where he knocked a technical team member.
No, there's an issue with his front wings. During they were not able to put his front wings, so he's finding it hard to turn.
Okay.
So now they are looking at the issue and they're calling it the way he's braking. The way he's braking. But we all know the FI, it does not concern them. The same thing happened with Kimi Antonelli, I think, in the last race. The man was given a time penalty for an issue that was off his hand. Off his hand. So as long as it does affect the race. So you're looking at the pit stops that they've had. Leclerc won, Antonelli won. Lando Norris is the only person in the top 5 who has not gotten a pit stop. Verstappen is saying his tires don't work. I just don't understand what's been happening since the pit stop, because we all know the man had that speed. Since he got that pit stop and changed to hard tires, it's been trouble for him. Hamilton too, it's been trouble for him. Aja has been able to climb up from being outside of the points, and now he's currently P7. Gabriel Bortoleto. I'm looking at the Argentine and the Spaniard that are in the race, and if maybe one of them could finish on the points, I don't know. I don't want to be superstitious, but I'm like, whoever finishes the points, that's the
gets to win the FIFA World Cup later on this evening.
And it's currently the Argentine Well, although they are both
Franco
still outside
Colapinto.
yes, they are both still outside the points. Currently the Alpine is Pierre Gasly. I also have to give it average. Lindblad has been fantastic.
All right.
All this racing weekend. At a point in the qualifiers, he was going band for band with Max Verstappen. They said 1.4 at a point, and he was just right behind the Dutchman. So he's been fantastic in that V cab.
All right.
Liam Lawson has been dragging himself to try and keep up in the last few races for the V cab. For the McLarens, as much as people have not really focused on them, they're just like the silent assassins.
All right.
You turn and you look and you see one of the McLarens. So far, although you say they are like 3 upgrades behind the Mercedes engine, even though they both use the same Mercedes engine, they're like 3 upgrades behind them. They are still able to still try and find a way to still manage the engine and still manage the car so far. So we'll see how the race goes. I'm still looking at it as still a Antonelli race and a Verstappen race.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it gets close to the 30 mark for the laps right there. 44 marks. 44 laps it is to conclude this particular race. So when it gets to 30, that means 14 more laps. It will be at the Francorchamps circuit right there at the Belgian Grand Prix. Let me still bring you up to speed to feel how it is right there at the circuit.
Gravel, that will get off the racing line eventually. It gets kind of hoovered away by the cars.
Yeah, it's not sharp enough. I mean, it's very specification, the gravel. It's not, and it's not sharp enough to puncture tyres. Thankfully, what it does do is hits the driver's fingers sometimes on the steering wheel, or indeed switch Nico Hulkenberg's Audi off completely, didn't it?
Yeah, hit the kill switch on the side of the car when Liam Lawson just flicked up a bit of gravel in Barcelona. Kimi Antonelli lost a couple of tenths to Charles Leclerc in the middle sector on this lap. It was while he was trying to lap Fernando Alonso, and he's now managed to clear him. Verstappen, a lot closer to Lando Norris on lap 29 than he was coming out of La Source on lap 28 as we barrel down through Eau Rouge and make that 40-metre climb up to the top of the hill at Radion.
All right, so that's how it is on the speed lanes right there at the Francorchamps circuit in the Belgian Grand Prix. And Max Verstappen gets into the podium again in third place, going ahead of Lando Norris in this particular one. Leader Charles Leclerc sets the fastest lap for lap 29, and we have Kimi Antonelli just 2.3 seconds behind him right there. For Lewis Hamilton, he sits sixth. 14.8, called that 14.9 seconds behind the leader and teammate Charles Leclerc in that particular one. But let's look at some off-track events right there in Formula One. Already, we have Lewis Hamilton and Charles Leclerc. They will be trying to avoid grid penalties, but I don't know for Lewis Hamilton because he has already gotten one right now because they've paid 5,000 euros already. That's talking about Ferrari for breaches. And coming into the Belgian Grand Prix, they are told them to avoid penalties. And Lewis Hamilton has already gotten one. I don't know if it's his fault or it's not going to be his fault at this point, but it's most likely a difficult one to tell right now how this would affect him ending this race. But, Ovia Wallace, do you think that maybe this could psychologically throw him down, talking about Lewis Hamilton, and maybe get him finishing far away from the podium?
No, as long as the penalties do not include points being deducted or include him losing time on tracks, as long as it's something of a money issue, it's not going to affect a seven-time world champion like Lewis Hamilton. The financial issues are never a strain on the drivers, especially sometimes you have to look at when they go in for a quick change and then they have to start on the pit lane and they have to pay some fines and all. It's not any problem for the teams. Yes, you say crashes and all those affect them, especially when you have to look at the upgrades and you have to look at rebuilding those parts again. It's going to take money and all, but you're looking at people that are billionaires and all. So monetary issues, I don't think it's going to be affecting Lewis Hamilton. His own focus right now is trying to catch up with Kimi Antonelli and close the gap. As I've said, he's currently behind on the live table. If he does finish in the points, if he does finish on the point, he will take at least maybe finish in the top 3, or if he does finish on the podium, he will pass Lando Norris. I say Lando Norris, pass George Russell, and be second on the Drivers' Championship leaderboard. And the next person you have to take out is Kimi Antonelli, who has had a fantastic race from the starts, from the starts. Since the lights went out to the lap
After
30th.
the virtual safety car, he left after pitting. He came down to 6th or 7th.
That was it's normal when you pit. You're always going to drop by unless you're already far ahead of the rest.
Is
it's
that
like 30 seconds?
Is Lando Norris pitting right now?
Yeah, he's finally going to go and pit. So hopefully he has a fast pit stop, and if he does, he will still come out in front of Isaac Hadjar. If not, he'll have to go behind Isaac Hadjar, and we'll see what the Red Bull driver can. You see, he's finally broken the second seat course. And Isaac Hadjar, Red Bull fans, we have no worries now with Hadjar in the second seat. The man has been doing fantastic for the first time in how many races we've seen someone that has finished in the top 5 when it comes to Q1, when it comes to the qualifiers. Also, when he at a point he finished on the podium, but that was due to the FIA giving a penalty to Pierre Gasly, in which they looked at it and gave it back to Pierre Gasly that he did finish on the podium. So as long as nothing affects the points or affects the race in general, I don't think anything is going to be stopping the momentum of the Ferraris at this point.
All right, 31 laps already, and we have less than 20 called at 14 laps to go, about 13 laps to go. It's still Lewis called at Charles Leclerc leading the reins right there in first position, and Antonelli behind him 1.5 seconds. Max Verstappen in third, behind leader Charles Leclerc with 7.3 seconds, and there's Oscar Piastri in fourth. Lewis Hamilton is in fifth right now. Let's see how far he can climb on the table. Talking about Max Verstappen, one man who loves to shake the table. Before this particular race, Max Verstappen came out to talk about how he feels about F1 cars, and he says F1 cars have now started sharing the same speed with F3 cars. What he literally meant there is that the F1 cars are becoming slower by the tick of the clock. And he wants it to be faster. He has always complained about regulations this season. Funny enough, he was the driver who started complaining about it as far back as 2023. He warned everyone about what to expect in 2026 when it has to do with regulations, but nobody cared about it. And when it came into this season, he took on the FIA, he took on the F1, he took on the FOM at the beginning of the season, and almost every other driver stayed calm. Alonso talked about it at one point. We also had Checo, that's Charles Leclerc, talk about it at one point, and everyone kept quiet. But right now, it's now becoming it's now becoming a norm to see drivers complain about the regulations, and it's now a vindication for Max Verstappen, as it's a clear path right now that the regulations are not something taken in by drivers comfortably. A lot of drivers have complained about the regulations for this season, but Max Verstappen, talking about the F1 cars becoming slower, his complaints have fetched him some sort of attention, as right now the 2027-2028 season will have the V8 engines and lighter cars by 2030. Do you think Max Verstappen is beginning to change the course of Formula One with his complaints? Are they acceptable, or do you think these complaints are becoming too much and Max should just...
F3 is too small.
That's what he's saying, that the F1 is becoming like F3 in terms of speed, in terms of size.
Well, he jumped from F3 to Formula One, so I'm sure he understands. But I think compared to speed, and size. I think the size difference compared to last season, everything has just been made so the cars can be faster. The cars were heavier last season. Now they are more streamlined. And I think next season too, as well, too, because of the aerodynamics, I know they are going to make it lighter as well to improve the speed, to improve the speed of the cars and try and make them faster than they were before. Formula One cars hit almost 350 kilometers per hour at their top speed, and you look at an F3 car, I think at best they can go maybe 250 to 300 kilometers per hour. So I think that difference in an F1 car and an F3 car is very, very massive. You have to look at the drag force. You have to look at and F3, they are still using DRS. They are not using
the changes have not come there.
The changes won't come to either F3 or F2.
Okay.
It is when the F3 and F3 we all know is just the feeder, just to learn how the controls work, just to learn team management, learn the rules, learn instructions and everything. F2 before you move on to F1, you test the cars, and from there on you go on. But for now, I think I don't have any problems with the car speeds. For now, I think it's trying to find a way to improve this battery and fuel management, because that's what's really affecting the driver. Because you're going into a corner, you press on the brake, you harvest power. You're going into the street, you deploy that power. Now, there's nothing wrong if you're the only person that is at the front. Now, when you're competing with someone, it's different, because you're in front of someone. You're going into a corner, you're harvesting. You're harvesting power. Sometimes you might even want to even still deploy power going into that corner, because you want to go into the straight and then just run away with the lead. But your opponent is harvesting power. You're going into the next straight. Your opponent is overtaking you because he's already harvested enough power on his battery. And then it's just like we are playing X and O. You do this one, I do this one, and then we just keep on casting each other. So I think that is the only difference when it comes to the battery and the fuel issue. And I think that's what happened during the first lap.
Okay.
That was why Max was able to lost speed, because going into the Rouge, he had that power. Going into the straight after passing the Radion, he just lost power at that straight, and then we saw the McLarens and we saw the Ferraris passing him because he lost speed. So going into 2020, going into the next season, it's simple. Just focus on the race. Focus on what's in front of you. Right now, we all know he's behind in the drivers' championship. Is to win at least maybe a race this season, so we know that the improvements are actually working. There are also speculations that he's going to move to McLaren as well. This, from what I've been hearing, they've already had talks with they've already had talks with
talking about Max Verstappen.
Yeah, Max Verstappen, and his contract does say that if they are not able to perform or fight for a championship, he can leave. Yeah, so there are many talks about him leaving. There are so many talks about them also adding a new constructor to the grid as well. So next year we should expect more changes and not to the grid and to F1.
All right, Henry. While preparing for this show, these days we hear much about scripts. In football, they say something was scripted for somebody. That's the reason why what has been planned 20 years ago is about to take place this evening, according to scripts. So we hear much about scripts. It's not far away from Formula One also. I came across something, and that's the Formula One World Drivers' Championship, the script, right from 2014. It states Lewis Hamilton 2014, Lewis Hamilton 2015, Nico Rosberg 2016, Lewis Hamilton 2017, Lewis Hamilton 2018, 2019, 2020, Max Verstappen 2021, Max Verstappen 2022, Max Verstappen 2023, Max Verstappen 2024, Lando Norris 2025. That's where we are right now, and it looked like it followed the script. And 2026, it says Kimi Antonelli, and it's looking like it's going to follow the script, Henry, because Kimi Antonelli is on top as it stands. But this is where things turn around. Let's look at 2027. It says George Russell, 2028, George Russell. Then Kimi Antonelli comes in again, 2029. Then from 2030, it goes to the incident. I don't know what that means, but it's the incident. Then from 2031, Yuki Tsunoda. 2032, Yuki Tsunoda. 2033, Yuki Tsunoda. 2034, Yuki Tsunoda. 2035, Yuki Tsunoda. 2036, Yuki Tsunoda. And 2037, he will win 7 straight back-to-back drivers' championship. This script,
He's one of the most promising
in a
drivers.
Red Bull car.
In a Red Bull.
Is it
car.
Red Bull?
Is it Red Bull?
No, the car was not stated here, but Yuki Tsunoda for straight
because
7
because
world
reports are
championship.
he's going to head over to Williams, and I don't want that to happen.
Well, let's wait and see now. We hear about scripts happening. We hear about people predicting 10 Champions League finals.
But
in a
7
row.
straight drivers' championship for Yuki Tsunoda from nowhere. Yuki Tsunoda.
Hamilton did 6 in a row. Hamilton didn't do 6 in a row.
That's
He
Hamilton.
did
Not
four.
Yuki
no.
Tsunoda.
As Henry has said, Yuki Tsunoda is promising.
It's promising.
Yeah.
He's one of the
What's
promising.
promising about him?
When
He could not hold his stead as Red Bull behind Max Verstappen.
See, Yuki is one of the few people that have won an F2 race. Former F2 champion. He moved to the V Cab. I've forgotten who was there in the V Cab. It was not Lawson. Was it Raikkonen? I can't remember. But the person was meant to come into the Red Bull seats before Kimi came out, qualified him in a V Cab, doing his first thing, out qualified him, beat him how many times, and then he looked like the next best thing to take over from Daniel Ricciardo, from the Checo Perez and the rest that took over the second seat of that Red Bull. And then it came during his time, it didn't work out. But you have to see some of the greats there, it didn't work out for them. It didn't work out for Daniel Ricciardo. It didn't work out for Checo and the rest, because the person they were with was Max Verstappen. With Williams looking to get the service of the man, it could turn out different, because we all know Williams, when it comes to the way they've evolved, and all, especially with their two drivers, Alex Albon and Carlos Sainz, who both had podium finishes last season. So this season it might not have gone well for them, but we know that they are a car that can move straight from the mid-table to start fighting for podiums. Maybe not win a race, but they can fight for podiums. I've seen it. Carlos Sainz took 2 podiums last season. Alex Albon took a podium last season. You have to look at the rest of the mid-team on the grid. Audi, the V-Cab, Haas as well too, when you're looking at the mid-table teams, and they were the only ones apart from them and Haas that were able to get a podium. This season it looks to be the Alpines that are the best mid-table team. So I won't be surprised, but then again, you also have to look at talents that are always coming into the league, into F1.
I mean, Osas, why do you sound so shocked? Okay, Yuki Tsunoda, then Williams. I mean, at the time, McLaren were one of the decent or best constructors. Hamilton won his first drivers' championship in a McLaren. Fernando Alonso, if memory serves me right, won one of his drivers' championship? Is he in Renault? He won in Renault. But where are Renault today?
Renault are currently.
Is he? I
I
need to confirm which of the teams is now Renault or Botova. But for a long time after Hamilton won with McLaren were nowhere to be found again. McLaren were nowhere to be found till we saw Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri last season. So anything can happen, Osas.
Okay, Renault are currently Alpine now.
Alpine.
Alpine now.
So we're Alpine. Also, let's be realistic. A lot can change. One regulation or one crazy engineer just comes in, or new head of racing for Williams, and boom, Williams have probably one of the best engines in Formula One, if not the best, and they end up being successful. So it's like, how do I put it? It's like moments of dominance. It's like in every sport, there's a period. I mean, those growing up in the late 90s or early 2000s, remember when Valencia was very dominant, or was a very dominant side.
Yeah.
But today, where is Valencia? So, or when Nottingham Forest were good in the 70s and 80s and early 90s, but where is Nottingham Forest or Aston Villa? So, like, it happens. Things like this happen. I mean, like you're talking about Tsunoda winning his first drivers' championship in about 5 years from now, right? 5 years from now. A lot can happen in 5 years. Also, as 5 years, I could be married with kids. I should be married with kids. I should be married with kids, but I said I could, because you can't tell. I might not be, but still, but I should be. I could be. So, Nicole should be in university by then in 5 years time. Come on, you keep
what's
quiet.
wrong? What's wrong with you?
So 5 years is a long time. It's a long time for a lot to actually happen. So don't be too shocked if it happens.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's heating up right there at the Francorchamps circuit in the Belgian Grand Prix as drivers continue to change top positions. We've seen Charles Leclerc go on top. We've seen Lando Norris go on top. And right now, it is Kimi Antonelli returning back on top above Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc 1.2 seconds behind him right there as he leads the standing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are Antonelli, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, and Lewis Hamilton. Yes, they are the top 5 right there at the Belgian Grand Prix. 39 laps gone already, and we have just called that 5 laps to the end of this particular race. 44 laps it is right there. 3 drivers have been knocked out of this particular encounter. Lance Stroll, Sergio Perez, and George Russell. These are the 3 drivers who did not finish. Whenever you see DNF right there.
Yes, did not finish. For George Russell, I think we already know what happened to him. And then for the other 2 cars, there's nothing new when you look at the Cadillac. Cadillac are the...
You talked about a new constructor coming in.
Yes.
They should fix this one first now before they bring...
No. It's the constructors that will do it themselves. They are the ones that will fix themselves. And so Cadillac said in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, they want to be competing for a drivers' championship. Well, it's going to take time and it's still possible. But for now, none of their drivers have gotten points. They have not gotten Aston Martin. The only person that has not gotten the Aston Martin is Lance Stroll. Of course, it's always Lance Stroll. But for the Cadillac, I don't think I've seen Cadillac finish a race this. I think they've only finished 1 race this season.
Okay.
But the only DNF that we've had so far is George Russell, and for him, he will be very pained because if Kimi does win this, Kimi will extend the gap once again. We all know Kimi's last 3 races, he has not been from his last 3 races, he only got points in one of them.
Okay.
Especially since when Lewis Hamilton's wife or his fiancée took Kimi's toll, he has not been winning races. But for now, it looks like the race, the course is going to be broken. So for now, it's just for Kimi to still keep on that pace. He's already in clean air right now. Let's see. It's 4 laps left, and in those 4 laps, anything could happen. Hopefully, we don't get a safety car at the end. So we just pray that no one crashes. But as I said, I expected this race to be a Kimi win or a Verstappen win. But the way I'm looking at it, I don't think Verstappen is going to be coming back. At least a podium finish should be doable.
All right. Talking about prayers there, I could have wanted to do a prayer where I just do. And you have some explosion in the car of Antonelli, Leclerc, Max Verstappen. And that would give Lewis Hamilton the chance of winning the Belgian Grand Prix.
It's to shock you. At the end of the race, do not give him 5 seconds. And he'll be dropped down to 4th.
But wishes, as they say, are not Henry. I don't know how they say that, but if wishes were horses, beggars will ride. All right, if wishes were horses, beggars will ride. But that's how it is right now. We'll go to the phone line 0810-951-0951. It's still open to take your reactions. Remember, the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is there for your taking. 0701-933-9962. Again, it is 0701-933-9962. 9962. You can make use of the SMS and the WhatsApp portal as well as the phone line as they are still open and ready to take your reactions. 0810-951-0951. That's for the phone line. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701-933-9962. In a couple of minutes from now, we're going to be switching our attention to talk about what's happening from the global side of things when it has to do with football, and it's the FIFA World Cup. We've got Blessing Thompson. She's on the ground to take us through all of that, but we still have some stories to talk about coming from the world of other sports. When we say other sports, not actually football. And we had a fight. Let's get to combat sports this time. We had a fight yesterday involving a Nigerian and the South African. And when you hear Nigerian,
I don't do.
you don't do,
I
Abi?
don't do.
Yeah, when you hear
That's do.
Nigerian and South Africa, everybody will have their ears standing and wanting to hear what happened because this time these two countries have been fighting for so many things. We fight in football. We fight everywhere. We also fight for who stays and who goes at this point. Yes, and that was Kamaru Usman. He returned from a year out, and his first fight back in is against, or was against, Dricus du Plessis in Oklahoma City. And the Nigerian Nightmare did come up against the South African powerhouse. And how did it all come down? Yes, Dricus du Plessis dominated Kamaru Usman over 5 rounds, winning by unanimous decision 50-45, 49-46, and 49-46. Isman Makhachev also called this the knees and the absence. For du Plessis, he never stopped coming, and Usman could not find the answer last night. And the South African did come out winner from that African war. And I'm asking, where does this place Usman, Kamaru, and his legacy after this, Henry?
I think the fact that this is like his 4th or 5th straight loss. The fact he's gone through those strings of losses has made a lot of people forget when Kamaru Usman was known as the Nigerian Nightmare, where Israel was the style bender. Like, both the decline has been massive from both, but I mean, definitely they made some money from the spoils. I think just call it quits or maybe try boxing. Because, I mean, it's becoming an embarrassment for them. Every match or bout they are coming back to face, they're losing. So something is not right psychologically. Because, I mean, when these men were on top, they were mentality monsters. You could literally not beat them. Even when you look like they were beaten, they found a way to come back and still win. But just at this point in time, it just isn't working. I think maybe take a hiatus from the sports and just go and relax and rest, because I mean, it's been one defeat or the other for Kamaru. He takes a break, comes back, loses, takes a break, comes back, loses. That's about 4 or 5 times now. So I mean, there's no need. I just think there's no need to continue. But it's like when they say the mind, it's like the mind knows it's time, that it's definitely time, but the heart is not willing to succumb. That's the thing. The body no feeds, the mind no say no, but the heart still like, you can still do this. So I think it's that battle, but I think Kamaru should just quit.
Kamaru to quit.
I know they say never give up. No matter how many times they beat you, stand up.
But you get as they go beat you to stand up, go tire you.
This one you don't reach that stage. So.
All right, that's talking about the Nigerian Nightmare, Nigerian American fighter Kamaru Usman. 39 years of age he is, and he's been able to get for himself some record as a professional MMA fighter. 21-5 it is, and he's got about 10 KOs or TKOs to his belt, and also 1 submission in that particular one. He has been the UFC welterweight champion in 1 reign, 5 successful title defenses, and he has also won the Ultimate Fighter 21 and 15 fight UFC winning streak he had under his belt, one of the longest in UFC history, talking about Kamaru Usman in that particular one. But it never stays with you. That's one of the words of those who have tasted top flight championship stands, and at some point it leaves you, and that's what it is right now for Kamaru Usman. And for Dricus du Plessis, he's called the Steel Knox, and 32 years of age. He's been able to have under his belt a MMA record of 24-3 with 90 KOs and 11 submission wins. Former UFC middleweight champion, he is right there, and 2 successful title defense he has got under his belt. He's also the former EFC welterweight champion, former EFC middleweight champion also, before getting to the UFC. And you could say there is so much ahead for Dricus du Plessis. He's now the new African king. I don't know if you agree with that, Henry. The new African king, Dricos.
He's on top. Yeah,
Duplessis.
he's the new one. He's the new one. He's
the
been
new
the one
African
on top.
king.
Yeah, I don't think there's any of you have
Are
any
you
objections.
happy to say
Well,
that
he's beating the two Nigerians that have come up to come and beat him, and those you have to look at Africans in MMA. Those three are the biggest. Those three are the toughest. Maybe Francis Ngannou too as well too. Although
he can't go for Francis Ngannou. Ngannou go break him bone. Ngannou is heavyweight.
Ngannou is a heavyweight. He's a middleweight, and those three they are both middleweight they are both middleweight champions. So you want to look at least for that division, for that weight class. I think because Duplessis has already claimed himself as the king of Africa. He's beating Kamaru Usman.
Right.
He's beating Israel Adesanya. So who else wants to challenge him? Unless he says, okay, see, Francis, come, let me step up.
Okay, but where does this place Kamaru right now? Is he still one of the greatest fighters to come from Africa?
Yes,
guys.
One of the greatest fighters.
Kamaru.
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
No.
Yeah.
One of the greatest to even step in an octagon.
Yeah.
Not
just Africa. One of the greatest.
One of the greatest to step in an octagon. So Africa is too small. You want to look at top 10 fighters in the MMA, John Jones and the rest. I think he will easily make it into the top 10. Kamaru Usman.
All right. That's for Kamaru Usman there. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? Where does this place Kamaru Usman and his legacy? Do you still consider him as one of the greatest fighters from Africa in UFC or MMA? And also, do you agree with Dricos Duplessis being the African new king? Share your thoughts with us right now through the phone line, as well as the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, 0810-951-0951. Yes, that's for the phone line, 0810-951-0951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701-933-9962. And back to Formula One, where it seems the man Kimi Antonelli is the winner of the Belgian Grand Prix.
First winner from pole here since 2021. And he ties with that sixth career victory Riccardo Patrese for the second most wins by an Italian driver in the Formula One World Championship. Next up the list with 13, Alberto Ascari.
Wow. That's quite something, isn't it?
And he runs, he sprints, and he jumps into the arms of his mechanics. What a weekend. And his dad's there as well. What a birthday celebration for Papa Antonelli. Son's on pole, and a day later he takes the race win.
He nearly cleared his entire crew there. They've got so much energy.
Yes, the celebrations will continue there for Kimi Antonelli as he has emerged as the victor from the Belgian Grand Prix, beating Charles Leclerc into second place there. Second finish, started fourth but ended in second. Talking about Charles Leclerc, it's been a huge one there for Kimi Antonelli as he has consolidated for two races now. But
the Hungarian Grand Prix, then the Dutch, the Italian, and before you know, we call it a season at this season Formula One. For Charles Leclerc, a good one for the man, finishing P2. I think since winning at was it Barcelona he won. Barcelona he won. Since he's winning at the British Grand Prix, has been going well. Grand Prix has been going well for the man. At least now he finishes on the podium once again. Yes, at the British Grand Prix one. For Verstappen, another podium finish for the man, and he's been trying to manage the Red Bull car. So the next race is the Hungarian Grand Prix. We'll see how Kimi can build on this win. He's got the car, he's got the speed, he's got that risk taking that you see stuff of champions, and he's been able to take the world champions head to head. We saw his overtake with against Max Verstappen, a four-time world champion, with against Max Verstappen, a four-time world champion. We've seen him go back. Go to battle with Lewis Hamilton as well too. So Lewis Hamilton, although does climb the ladder and overtakes George Russell on the championship leaderboards,
Right.
and a chance for the man to come in during the second half of the season and try and fight for the championship. So this season, I think we can say Lewis Hamilton has a fighting chance for an 8th world championship ball. Can he and Ferrari match up to make the Mercedes pace and the engine, and not just that, Kimi's driving?
All right. Okay, yeah, that's how it is coming from the Belgian Grand Prix at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit right there in Belgium. Kimi Antonelli finishing on top, Charles Leclerc in number 2, Max Verstappen in number 3, Lewis Hamilton in number 4, Oscar Piastri in number 5, Isaac Hajar in number 6. We've got Lando Norris in 7, Gabriel Bortoleto in 8th. There is also Limblad in 9, and Franco Colapinto completing the top 10 right there. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this the much we can take talking other sports. It's been fun and amazing doing this with you right from 1 p.m. now up until called this 3:34 p.m. or call that 3:35 p.m. It's time for us to switch our attention to talk football, and this is Blessing right here waiting to take charge.
Yes, when they saw Kylian Mbappe scored 2 goals yesterday, I was watching the match 4-0 at first, and I was like, it looks like. I thought he was going to score a goal, but I didn't expect 2 goals. And for me,
a game they considered 4 in the first half, like they couldn't score 4 in the second half.
A game they considered 4 in the first half. It looked like France didn't want to play that game at all. And then during the second half, they turned things around. They felt like they could come back and possibly win that game. But I think England just capitulated on themselves during the second half. And for Lionel Messi, I think scoring against Spain, I believe anything is possible with that man, but I think scoring against Spain is much more harder than scoring against England. As we've seen, Spain have only considered 1 goal so far. Their defense has been rock solid. Even the person that you say could possibly take the golden boot home today has not scored against them. That is Kylian Mbappe. That's if Lionel Messi does not score today. I think for Lionel Messi, he's not going to be chasing a goal. What he's just chasing is to give his best.
Do you think he would not be chasing a goal with the fact that he lost this same
award
last time?
It's all about winning the World Cup.
It's all about
winning. Who cares about winning the? I mean, you're the highest goal scorer in World Cup history, but you don't have a World Cup trophy to your name anymore. He has a World Cup trophy. Don't get me wrong.
Messi is still going to take the golden ball home.
Back to back, and Messi probably, even if they lose the final, is taking home the golden ball. So I mean, you're looking at 3 golden balls. So
the first person to ever do that. So although you say you want to add the golden boots to his collection, especially when he's already called it his last dance. This is the last dance, and why not do it? Getting the highest goal scorer at the World Cup and also getting the golden ball, and if you can also do it, getting the World Cup as well. So a beautiful tribute that would be. But it's going to be hard to score against Spain, as we've already seen. It is very, very hard to score against Spain, and Spain do know how to dictate the game. Very well. They know how to dictate the tempo, both from the defense to the midfield. The attack to the also exploit the wings, just the same way England exploited the wings. When it came to their match against Argentina, that's how they were able to get the goal. As we've already seen, the stars though prove that Argentina find it hard to be able to control the wings, and you have to look at Spain and look at what they have at both sides. Nico on one side, Lamine on one side. In the middle, they've got Oyarzabal. In the midfield, they've got Pedri. They've got Omar as well too. So it's youth against experience, but the focus is still on Lionel Messi and getting 2 goals. I could see Messi getting a goal, but it's going to be hard. If Messi sees a chance to score and shoot, he will. If he sees a chance to get an assist and do that, he will. We all know Messi is just about being efficient, it's about giving his best to help the team. And if his best is I don't have to carry this golden ball, the golden boot, so my team can win the World Cup, then I would do that. We saw the match against the last match. The man provided 2 assists. He was locked out all game, and then they just gave him that little space, and then he was able to find Enzo Fernandez and Lautaro Martinez to give them those 2 assists. Even though the man is not putting the ball at the back of the net, he's still contributing at one side. Although yes, Michael Olise has broken the record, has broken Pele's record, but it's still not undeniable that he's only second to Messi in the current stats. Is only second to Michael Olise. He's got 4 assists, and he could add that. His own is just, let me just get those goals. Kylian Mbappe is always a goal scorer. I think that's all. He's a goal scorer. I think for Messi to even be able to match up at 39 to someone someone at 27, Kylian Mbappe that is still in his prime, to match up with the younger generation, and he's still going for them band to band with goals and assists, and tops almost all the stats chart. I think it's already impressive on its own, and the man has already done fair to get his team all the way from the start of the competition to the final.
He has already done a whole lot. Well, Henry, Ovie said something like it is going to be very hard for Lionel Messi to score and to get 2 goals past Spain. Do you also share the same thoughts with Ovie?
I actually do share the same thoughts with Ovie. As a World Cup final, I expect it to be a bit tight. Maybe not as tight as what we probably had in 2014 or in 2010. And okay, 2018 wasn't tight. It was actually straightforward. 2022 was 3-3. There were goals, so it wasn't really that tight as you would think. But when you look at it, I expect it to be a bit tight. Argentina won't have as much time on the ball, I feel like they did in previous games, because Spain will definitely want to wrestle that away from them. And like Ovie did note, Argentina out wide are weak. You know, when Spain has the likes of Baina, Lamine Yamal, Nico Williams, which I feel De La Fuente should probably risk it and start Nico Williams, because I think it would be double issues. Because I mean, Lamine Yamal versus Nicolas Tagliafico, you're only thinking of one winner there. Nico Williams against Nahuel Molina, with how Paul Molina has been defensive, you're only thinking of one winner there. So unless Scaloni has something else up his sleeves when the final starts today. But when you look at all these things, you just know the weak point of Argentina is out wide. But can Messi score 2 goals? It's possible. It's Lionel Messi. But will he score 2 goals? I don't think so. It will be a very cagey game. It will be a game where Spain will try as much as possible to suck the life out of Argentina the much they can. Argentina will come in with those hard tackles and those early fouls and the dark arts, like what we saw them do against England at the start. McAllister and Enzo will be so combative that I don't even think Pedri will start. I think he'll do what he did against France. Rodri, Fabian, and Olmo and Fabian over that directness. Pedri will not really offer as much. Pedri can come in when you're now trying to manage the game if Spain is ahead, but he might do that. And Olmo and Oyarzabal making those late runs into the box, they won't really occupy Lisandro and Kuti Romero much. So, but I think out wide is where the key battles would be. As long as they can isolate Yamal, and if Nico Williams starts, but Baina has been the one starting. But if the man decides to do something different, which I feel he could be considering, and Nico Williams starts, it's about isolating them 1v1 with the fullbacks. And I mean, 7 out of 10 times those fullbacks will probably suffer at the end of the day when they're isolated with those guys. So when you look at that, you just know Spain will most likely be on the front foot. Argentina will have their moments, but the thing with this Argentine side is when they have their moments or those periods where they're on the front foot, they tend to score. And Messi is always involved, or literally almost always involved every time they get to score or go forward, especially since the knockout round. I mean, it's only the game against Jordan, the first 3 goals, then he came on and scored a free kick. But Messi has been involved, or has had a goal involvement in every game this World Cup. And I don't think it will stop in this final. I don't think he will stop. But I don't think he's catching up with Mbappe. I think those 10 goals, the 2 goals Mbappe scored, the 10 he's on now, I think it will be enough for Mbappe to actually win the Golden Boots. I think he will win the Golden Boots. But will Messi score or assist? I think he will. He will at least score 1 or assist 1. He will have a goal involvement today. But I can't put my money. I can't say that he will break the record. But like I said, it's Lionel Messi. Anything is possible.
Okay, you have heard it from the guys. Anything is possible. Do you also think that Mbappe has gone home with this award, or you think that Lionel Messi, like Henry said, he is Lionel Messi? Do you think he can actually come back and get 2 goals past France? If he just gets 2 goals, he would be on 10 goals with Kylian Mbappe, but he would get the award based on assists. Now let's talk about the 3rd place match that happened yesterday. That was England versus France. I mean, what will go down as the wildest and highest scoring 3rd place playoff in tournament history. England secured the bronze medal with a breathtaking 6-4 victory over France at Miami Stadium on Saturday night. Shrugging off their semi-final heartbreak, both powerhouses threw tactical caution to the win in a historic 10-goal thriller. The 3 Lions put on a clinical masterclass in the opening 45 minutes, flying out to a shocking 4-0 lead by halftime. Declan Rice opened the floodgates of goals in the 3rd minute, followed by an Ezri Konsa header. Bukayo Saka then took completely over, scoring twice before the break. The Le Bleus of France responded with explosive second half adjustments. Kylian Mbappe struck quickly in the 48 minutes, triggering a furious fight back that saw Bradley Barcola and Ousmane Dembele claw the Le Bleus right back into the contest. With the match hanging in the balance, a late penalty completed a phenomenal Bukayo Saka hat-trick, and substitute Jude Bellingham hammered home the final nail to secure third place for England. Guys, you first of all start with what a match. What a match that was. It was really, really a match
that's what we expect matches between top teams to be like. Oh, this too much tactical rigidity, like let's be too careful. I mean, if everything, if you throw caution out the wind, I mean, Spain playing Argentina, Spain playing Germany, that scoreline we saw between France and England yesterday will probably bleed. But also in a way, also France looked like they were not interested in playing that game in the first time.
Yeah,
I mean, you have to look at Ryan Sheki's attitude. I think Sheki was one that disgusted me the most out of all of them. I mean, I know it's a 10th place match, it's not the match you want to play, but still, that was the Champs last game.
Yeah.
Put him more of a fight. Go home with a medal. Nothing wrong with winning all 3 medals for someone like Kylian Mbappe and for the likes of Ousmane Dembele. But it is what it is. England wanted the game won. They came out in the first half, and I mean they dominated. I mean, even after the game, lip readers actually said Harry Kane was like, "What a performance! If only we had performed like this some days back." So I mean, I think it was a game of both halves. Of two different halves actually. England were all over France in the first half. I don't know. Ibrahima Konate carried the season form into the World Cup in the 10th place game. Then for England, they came out and they just couldn't get going again. And France, I mean, that French attack. I mean, what could Michael Olise have done? What did he offend not to score in the World Cup? Because the man kept on missing chance. Yeah, but he broke the assist record. He had 7 assists, but he couldn't get a goal. But the man just kept on missing. I mean, clear cut. That game could easily have been 6-6 yesterday or 7-7 yesterday.
Yeah.
It was that end-to-end and gung-ho. So entertaining game is a 3rd place game. They are usually filled with goals. I mean, when was the last time I remember a 3rd place game that they didn't score at least 2 goals in it? I seriously don't think I can remember. So that's how 3rd place games. I expected goals, but I didn't expect the madness and bedlam I saw yesterday night or last night. So but it was an entertaining game, actually. Quite that you couldn't take your eyes off it, and some people doing some creating some history. Saka, the first English player to score a hat-trick outside the group stages since Geoff Hurst in 1966, although Harry Kane and Gary Lineker have scored hat-tricks since then. Jude Bellingham is the highest scoring Englishman in a single World Cup with 7 goals. Now Kylian Mbappe, the first man to score double figures or digits in a World Cup tournament since Gerd Müller in 1970. You can go on and on. He's not the all-time highest goal scorer in the World Cup. Only breaking Pele's record. Like a lot of assists, a lot of records were just broken that day. But I think quite an entertaining 3rd place game. Although it's a game nobody wants to play. That's just it. But it was entertaining still. It was still entertaining.
Yeah. Obie. Harry says he did not expect this much end-to-end performance. I mean, after the heartbreak of losing out a place in the final, it was heartbreaking for both England and France. You could see it after the semi-final clash they both had against Spain and Argentina. And I think last week we were talking about it, and somebody was asking, should 3rd place matches continue going on? Should it not be scrapped out? And then after that question, you can see what was happening. But seriously, did you expect such entertaining and high-scoring performance at the 3rd place match?
England to be 4 up before halftime, no.
Even if it was anything, not 4-0. 4-3.
Saka getting a hat-trick, I did not expect that. Michael Olise breaking Pele's record, I did not expect that. Kylian Mbappe is setting multiple records at this World Cup, and I expected it to happen next World Cup. I did not expect that. And then France too also coming back and almost tying the game. I did not expect that. So as much as both teams, as Henry said, they just threw reason out of the window into this 3rd place game. We all know coming into this 3rd place game, Tuchel said it doesn't really matter. Ibrahima Konate said they were so at this point, the 3rd place match, they don't really care about 3rd place match. And when England were 4 goals off, I was like, It's like France, they don't really care about this match, but they came into the second half and they turned it up, and before we
Why are you
know,
thinking they won't turn it up in the second half?
I did not. I thought okay, yes, they would score, but I don't expect them to score back to back, and we had 10 goals.
It was almost looking like they could stage a comeback.
No, I
at some
felt
point.
no after watching that game first half.
Yeah.
I mean, if England can score France 4, why can't France score England 4? Technically, France has a better team and a better attacking lineup than England. So I mean, I knew what happened with the 4-3. I expected it. I was even thinking France would come back and make it 4-4. But when the fifth goal ended, I was like, okay, it don't end. But they still came back 5-4. I mean, and they were missing chances. Dembele had a shot straight at Henderson. Michael Olise placed about 2-3 good opportunities wide that he should have been on target and should have been goals. So I mean, France had it within themselves. They had everything to come back. I mean, if England can score them 4, like I said in the first half, why can't they score England 4 in the second half? I mean, it's France.
It's France, they can definitely do it. But seriously, guys, we have been talking a lot, and I'm also looking at how England could get 4 goals past France in the first half. Where did they even actually
It was a makeshift defense now. It was a makeshift defense. Look, it was, let me not say makeshift, it wasn't the usual. Konate and Lacroix as centre back. Right back was Malo Gusto, and left back was Theo Hernandez. Like Saka's second goal, the one that the true pass from was that easy. Yeah. That he shot past Magnon. Theo Hernandez was so slow in even reacting. Like I said, it looked like they were not interested in playing. You look at Jet Spence's the penalty Saka used to score his hat-trick, the tackle from Gusto and Jet Spence. Like you just look at the defending. Konate and Gusto looked like they were 2 separate islands on their own. Konate was horrible yesterday. In fact, the whole back line for France was horrible. I mean, you remember that was Saka's first goal, the one see the amount of time Rashford and Saka had in the box, shooting and Magnon stopping, someone blocking on the line before Saka played it into the box. So you see the high line they played for that goal. Like it was awful defending from France. Like it just felt like they were not interested, and it was calamitous. But I mean, the second half when Deschamps started ringing in the changes, took off Konate, brought in Upamecano, took on off Hernandez, brought in Digne, brought in Bakula for Sheki. Was another appalling that was another appalling player on the day. Sheki, he looked like he wasn't interested, looked so nonchalant. I mean, they've even been complaints coming out of the French camp that his attitude in camp has been annoying his teammates.
Yeah.
So I mean, you look at the changes that happened. Doué was holding on to the ball too much. Bakula came in and added more life. Dembele came in and added more life, and France were now literally all over England. So I mean, it's just one of those things. But the defending generally was poor from France.
It was definitely a poor defending for France to be able to concede 4 goals with by England. Well, okay, coming to you now for England again. They are going to be walking away with the bronze medal after how many years? They're going to be walking away with a bronze medal.
They've not won a World Cup medal since 1966 now.
Since 1966. But they're going to be walking away. And Declan Rice, after that match, said this England team is the best team in years. But them going out with a bronze medal, is that okay? Is that should I say, is that an achievement? Let me use that word. Is that an achievement for England in this World Cup, going home with the bronze medal?
Yes, an achievement for them. I think the plan was yes, we know it was to get to the final, but I think a third place finish since 1966 where they won the World Cup. I think it's a big step up for them. Yes, they have the squad to be able to win a trophy. We saw they've got to the Euros back-to-back finals. The next Euros, the plan is to win it in Euro 2028. They went into the World Cup. They felt like this team was good enough to win it, and it just slipped by them. And a bronze medal is not bad, especially beating France.
Yeah, by 6 goals.
Yeah, by 6 goals, and a dominance display from them as well too. In that game. Yes, I know for some English people, they felt why couldn't they have done this performance against Argentina, and then they would be in the final today. But overall, the bronze medal, I don't think they can have any complaints. I don't think they can have any complaints. this is still their best finish since 1960 and 1966, and the next step is to win a trophy. It's gradually Tuchel is coming into this is coming to this nation for the first time. Yeah, I know some people have some issues with his selection, but it's would have if they were in the final, people would have said it would have worked out. That's just how it is with coaching.
Yeah.
And the chances you take and the decisions you make. If it works out, everyone is okay with it. If it doesn't, they would if it doesn't, they'll persecute you. And he's been able to get them all the way to a bronze medal, beating France, going head to head with the current world champions in Argentina. And you have to look at what is the plan next, the Euro 2028, the next World Cup. If he's still the man in charge, who knows how far he can take them. But for me, it's been I think the World Cup outing for England has, if you want to grade it, you grade it at least an A or a B plus.
An A or a B plus for Uvi. Okay, you're listening to us out there. How do you see the performance of England in the 2026 World Cup? Do you think this is actually a good performance for them? Do you think this is an achievement for them? Do you think that England can actually go home and, walk with pride, saying they have gotten the bronze medal in the 2026 FIFA World Cup? And did you expect such an entertaining match, such high-scoring match, such end-to-end match? You've heard it from the guys here. They have talked a whole lot about the match and how exciting it was. The phone lines are now open: 0810-9510-951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name and your location. They greet you too.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Liverpool from Money.
Mr. Liverpool, welcome.
Well, let me say this. Sometimes what it's an achievement, and despite I say it's an achievement. You know, this present World Cup now, the extended World Cup, from 50 to 48.
Yeah.
I say, am I right?
Yes.
It's an achievement. Yes. Out of the 48, to come out short, it's an achievement. And they big thing. If not, this, I will say that, so now maybe they will do this. This is not this mago against Argentina. Against Angela will be playing final. They're supposed to be playing final. It's not this mago while you think that Argentina will be in the match. It's an achievement. They really say they should hit their chest and say there. We thought now the next now to come out first. It's an anticipated that of the problem. It's an achievement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liverpool, for your thoughts. You can still keep the calls coming in: 0810-9510-951. You've heard it from the guys here. Do you think England have done well? Do you think that they can walk with their head up high? Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We greet you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm calling from Lakaya.
Okay, please, your thoughts.
Yeah, I've been watching the World Cup football since 1986. This is the best football match in the World Cup I've seen. I couldn't breathe. And you know what paid me most was this is an England team that can comfortably win the World Cup. If the match between the great forward, as long as they scored the goals, they maintained the high line. They didn't go and keep in their block. You know, when you maintain because I'm a supporter of Barcelona, that's one of the reasons why I like it. They will maintain the high line. You will not do their own team. So I think Argentina lose the ball now, attacking them at that time. 2 or 3 they are in front of Argentina. If the really score is just like the goal has scored. Now, when they want to maintain go and put a low block, by the time they reach the ball, as you begin to chase, by the middle, the middle area, Argentina will win the ball, send it back. If England had played like this against Argentina, they would have beaten Argentina 3-0. I mean 3-0, comfortably. From the 70th minute, they took a highlight after scoring a goal. They would have, because Argentina would have been afraid to even come more. And I don't know where Toku kept his thinking ideas. You know, it is after he has semi-final, you cannot remember to play a high line, straight and low block. Anyway, this is waiting for that time. But I want to commend I don't know where they will get another team like this, because I became a player, you know, by the next podcast. And I don't know who will be the first one to do. So, but I'm just not happy that England is not playing the fine. I love the English team. I love the English team. They make football proud. And for those who are saying they should cancel the match, they see what this match can do. This third place is better than the final. You see what happened to the
You think so?
Yes. This final will be very cagey. The Argentines will keep everybody so they will not allow your man to see them at least. The match will end up 1-0 or 2-1 or whatever. You will not get this type of football match. This is a classic of all time. So you guys are doing a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. We appreciate them. Hello, Kala. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, my dear. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you very much. Your name and location.
Yes, Engineer Obi from Royal Avenue, Romodra, Port Harcourt.
Welcome.
Yeah, based on your question, my sister, I think for me, England, they achieve a lot. They make a great achievement. When you come to remember that teams like Belgium, Portugal, even Brazil, Norway, and the rest of them were able to go back to their country without anything. And look at England in the third place. They were able to at least go back with bronze medals. It's a very great achievement. And I must tell you, this present England team is a very great team that would have even played the final today. If not for the lapses, I think I would blame the coach. Because after they scored that one goal against Argentina, they decided to go defensive. That's what caused them that game. You see, so for me, it's a very great achievement. They have done well by at least getting bronze for themselves than going back to England empty-handed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. We appreciate them. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. This is Tony Hosford.
Tony Hosford, please, your thoughts.
Thank you. I told Thompson when he was behind the console 3 days ago that the third place finish, England will come out with all the venom. Because they wouldn't want to be left out of the medal table. They will do everything within their reach to ensure that the third place does not elude them. And it happened like that. That is what stood out. But I never saw these torrential goals coming. I never saw. But I knew that it was going to be entertaining as well as thrilling encounter. So England are right, and you asked a question whether in the English team, it's an achievement for them to go with the top place. Of course, considering the fact that 6 decades they've not, gotten after 6 decades they've not gotten the coveted trophy. They'll go back home smiling at least with their consolation. Yes, it is a consolation. Trophy.
Okay.
So long as they are among the first three, it's okay. It's okay. They will have to go back, to the drawing board, as people will say. I don't know why the drawing board is still vacant, to ensure that yes, they do. Come with an upgrade next World Cup, either second or the first position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. We appreciate you can still keep the calls coming in and to share your thoughts on all that have been discussed here. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. This is Emmanuel from Rome.
Emmanuel, welcome.
Okay. Regarding England versus France, it it was not as heated as everyone would have expected it. It seems like they just wanted to have fun. But then I think it's both an improvement and an achievement for England. Yeah, and well, if I can speak regarding Argentina and Spain today, I just want to wish Messi well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. Somebody, Emmanuel from Making, is wishing Messi well. Yeah, well, for that third place match, it was historic. A whole lot of records were being broken that day. Kylian Mbappe netted twice, and he brought his tournament goal tally to 10 and pushing his career total to 22 World Cup goals. Jude Bellingham also had his 7th goal of the campaign, breaking the single tournament scoring record for an England player. And of course, Mikel Olise also has the most assists at a single World Cup tournament. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm calling from Romokushi.
Welcome, Kabila Barry.
Yes, about England and France last night. What do you expect from France when you use Konate and then quick start match? Konate in a basket. Yes, at the Liverpool fans. Yes, at the Liverpool fans. That's the same in the Liverpool. Who the help for Liverpool now Van Dijk? But without Van Dijk, Konate na basket. Yes. So once Konate day match, you will see that kind of scored margin for match. Nine the team. Then for France, my man Mbappe. I don't say nobody will carry the highest goal scorer from now, but I'm happy that I'm still alive. See someone that is scoring the highest goal in the World Cup. And tonight match, me, I'll be somebody when I know they like to predict match because when you wait till you talk for match, when they enter pitch, maybe waiting it will happen. But tonight match, now match really say the two coach then they tactical, but if I still see where the pendulum they swing to na Spain, because Spain will hold the ball past Argentina, and by that Argentina is not going to feel no waiting they go do, because that Argentina they are 2 and 3. That side is they weak. If England being utilize that their chances from that two sides, I'm not sure say Argentina for win England, but for Spain with the two people who will play that win, they will give Argentina their win. Two problem because if Argentina they choke like the midfield, they are not say Spain, they not say then go switch. Once they switch from that midfield, then go beat France. Be Argentina trouble. But for me, I wish the better team to win this night because I'm not in support of the two teams because the two team is not the team that I used to like. So what happened to them tonight is for their own head. And people saying that one person is great. I don't see any person that is great though, because he's not the only person that has all the record in this world concerning football. So since he has not hold all the records in football, it's okay, it's good, it's nice, but to say it's extra great, I don't see what is extra great that they bring to Argentina because when it comes, Argentina has already win World Cup, they have win Copa America. So I didn't see any new thing that they bring to Argentina. And I hope Argentina players already win highest goal scorer in World Cup before. So I didn't see any new thing that he bring to Argentina. Only what I see that he did to his own record that he break and he set up for his own because pinball is an 11 player. So every 11 player waiting for pitch then go contribute their own quarter for the match. But only people when they give respect now people will say me and you we face each other and are those kind of people and they appreciate because that one now me and you. But anything will be 11 men for field. If you don't feel cover me, I will cover you. So if you know good, another person will make you good. So that's that for that one. So everybody they are fighting for their own individual award. And like Messi, he has already set his own individual award. There is no new record or new thing that is set for Argentina. That's the thing. I didn't see any new thing that is set for Argentina because he's not the first player to win World Cup for Argentina. And I'm not sure that he's the first player that win highest goal scorer for Argentina. So I didn't see anything that maybe he do to Argentina or maybe he bring Argentina. opinion, Shay?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what I said is my own opinion. It's not for anybody. Because of my father built house, me, I will not build house. As I'm here, I will build my house, but my father built house. But they will not say that I'm the first person that built house, that built block house in my father's house. People will say that your father has already built a block house, so you also build. So for me, I didn't say Messi is not good, but I said there is nothing different that he did that Argentina has not done before, and that's my own. It's not for anybody. If you like, drag. If you don't like, don't drag. But for me, it's my own opinion. He has not bring anything that Argentina people have not done before. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kabula Barry. With that, let us go and talk. The found with a late 2-1 win over Belgium, and then they stunned favorites France 2-0 in their semi-final. And finally, they broke the English hearts with a late 2-1 comeback. Only the second World Cup meeting between heads. This will be only the second World Cup meeting between Spain and Argentina. Argentina won the first meeting. Well, the Opta supercomputer has viewed Spain as the favorites in the final with a 45% probability of winning in 90 minutes. For Argentina, it predicts a 26% probability of winning in regulation time. I don't know if it's because of the extra time bouts that Argentina has been going through.
Argentina has been having a lot of close calls in this World Cup. 3-2 against Cape Verde after extra time. 3-2 against Egypt in normal time. I mean, Switzerland had them on the rope still. Brilliant Bolo did something totally stupid and got sent off. Then you look at the game against England, they had to rally back because, I mean, for most of that game, it was either even or England were the ones on top. Then England sat back and they had to rally back to win. But you look at Spain, Spain defeated Portugal 1-0. Who did they play in the round of 32 again?
For Spain,
Yeah.
in the round of 32, they played.
No.
That was Cape Verde.
No.
For Spain, they played Austria in the round of 32.
Austria, it was straight for 3-0. Yeah, remember that 1-0 against Portugal. Quarterfinal was
against Belgium.
Belgium 2-1. Yeah, Belgium scored, but like they literally dictated that game and were on top and control of that game from the start to finish. So against France, that was probably the best performance they've put up so far in this World Cup. So I mean, Spain has made light work of every team they have actually played at the end of the day. So, and you also have to look at it. They faced Portugal. They faced France. They faced Belgium. And yeah, on paper, and Cape Verde and Austria on paper better than the opponents Argentina actually faced on paper, and Argentina just found a way to make it look so difficult, although they did win those games. So definitely, why won't Spain be favourites?
Spain are definitely favorites for this match, according to Opta Computer. And overall, the probability of Spain, according to Opta Computer, to win the 2026 World Cup is a 59% chance. And for Argentina, Opta Supercomputer is giving them a 40% chance. Well, we have Benjamin Mina here in the studio. Benjamin, first of all, just say hi.
Hi.
Hi, thank you. Well, I want to come to you, Benjamin. We have seen different matches at the 2026 World Cup, and we are down to the final. We are down to the last lap. And the two teams that are going to be clashing, they are not small teams. They are Spain versus Argentina. And these two teams, they might be writing history based on how the match goes. If Argentina wins, they would get the title back to back. And Spain, it will be their first title after 16 years. It will be their title after 16 years. So I want to ask you, Benjamin, which team is the pressure most on? Which team do you think carries the most pressure to make something out of this 2026 World Cup final?
Both teams. I'll say both teams. Okay. Because for the Spanish national team, they've enjoyed success at 2010 to 2010 World Cup here in Africa, South Africa to be precise, and it was a glorious final to behold. But Xabi Alonso, it's now manager. David Villa, we don't know where he is. Fernando Torres, becoming a coach now. So, these are veterans in their own right. And so I feel that the pressure is going to be, it's going to be on both sides. But to get your question, I think it's going to be more on Argentina because defending champion, they are the defending champions of the World Cup, and they won it 2022 in Qatar. And most of the players that won it then have retired, likes of Angel Di Maria. Couple of them have retired. But one good thing about this Argentine team is the fact that chunk of those players that won the previous World Cup are still in the game.
Yeah.
Still in the national team. McAllister is there. What's his name? Rodrigo De Paul is still there. Enzo Fernandez still there. Lionel Messi, the king of the side, is still there. Couple of them. Chunk. I think more of them, more of the players there are players that have won it. They won the previous World Cup, so they've got the experience. I think the pressure will be more on them because many would say Messi wants to retire with this, and it's going to be a glorious retirement parting gift because the man has done a lot. 8 goals, 4 assists in this World Cup for a 39-year-old is no mean feat. Shows that the man is just getting better by as the day goes by. But again, I feel that pressure will be more on Argentina because of the experience that they've had, before now. And as a defending champion, pressure is always on you to deliver. For the Spanish side, you look at them, the boost of youth and experience, in that team. Kubasi, quite a young guy. Lamar, quite a young guy, young dude. What's his name? Couple of them. Yeah, I know they've got experience in that team too. The likes of Rodri has got an experience. He played in the last World Cup, and he's a Ballon d'Or winner too. So he knows how this thing works. In as much as he didn't win the World Cup with Spain, he hasn't won the World Cup with Spain. He still has a prospect of winning it today, So I just feel that it's going to be more on what's it called now, Argentina, because of the experience and being a previous winner, defending champion. Pressure is going to be more on them. I rooted for them to win this one right from when the World Cup started. I was saying in the office that I feel Argentina was going to win it because of the experience that they've got in that team and because of how they play as a unit, collectively they want to, get the job done. Yeah, you could say they didn't, it wasn't rosy for them. Yeah, they had some time when they got to the edge, especially against Cabo Verde, against Egypt. But one good thing about a winner and a champion is the fact that when you're at the edge, you devise a means to come back into the game, and that's what Argentina have done. So many people will be looking at them to say, okay, all these things they've been doing against Cabo Verde, against Egypt, is it a fluke? Can it sustain that? We saw Liverpool last season do it. At the dying stages against Newcastle, against Tottenham, what have you, those 9-minute goals. But did it sustain them? We saw that it didn't sustain them last season. But again, this is a different ball game. This is not a league. This is a competition. So I think experience is going to come into play. But the pressure lies more on Argentina rather than Spain, because most of these players in Spain, they could lose it and come back again.
Yeah.
But one thing about football is you're not guaranteed that because you played in the final this year, next 4 years you're going to be in the final.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 years.
France, France is going to be a perfect example.
Yeah.
They played in the final last 2022. They didn't make it to the final, so it's not a guarantee. But for the Spanish side, they are quite a young side.
Yeah.
They could actually come back again. How old is Kabasi? How old is Lamar? How old is what's his name now? They are quite young players in that team, But for the Argentine side, most of them would want to finish it hard because this might just be their last World Cup, before they call it quit in the national team. Most of them, So I feel that the pressure will be really more on Argentina because of they are the defending champion and they are the most experienced side going into this game.
Okay. Ovie, do you agree with Benjamin on that one? I mean, there are different things to be done. There are history. There are different history parts for these both teams. I mean, Argentina has the opportunity, or they will be having the opportunity this evening, of being in that exclusive bracket. I think it's only Brazil and Italy that have won the World Cup back to back, and Argentina, they have the opportunity. They are going to be having the opportunity this evening of joining that exclusive bracket. And then Spain, I mean, I was reading this afternoon and I saw Marco Corella. He was saying that if he wins the World Cup with Spain, he was going to tattoo the name of his coach on his body and the rest. So Benjamin is saying the pressure is going to be much on Argentina. Do you also share the same thoughts with Benjamin?
For both teams, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure. For Spain, both teams want to cap off their World Cup run with the trophy. For Spain, they've been called favourites all through the competition. For Argentina, they're the defending champions, and for many of them in the squad, it's going to be the last dance for them. As you said, experience against youth. Although you see Luis Duafonte has done great stuff for the Spanish national team, Euro champions against Copa America champions. So I would say it's both equal for both sides. It's not like it's club football where one side is battling relegation and the other one is just mid-table and the stakes are different. The stakes for me are equal for both teams. For Spain, is for them to get their second ever World Cup. This is the second time ever they are reaching the final since 2010. For Argentina, back-to-back champions for the first time since Brazil has done it, and for them to be 4-time World Cup champions, only behind Brazil just by one. So for both sides, it's legacy defining. It could set up a couple moves for some of the players in the team. Could put a full stop in an already great career for Lionel Messi and for the remaining Argentine players as well too. For the Spanish players, it could set up for what we could call the next generation of dominance when it comes to national teams. Daniel Olmo, Lamine Yamal, Pedri, what a World Cup will mean for them at this young age of 19, some 20, 21. So when they've still got 3 or 4 more World Cups left in them. So for both sides, there's a lot riding on it. So I won't really say the pressure is on Argentina. I feel Spain too, they also be feeling some pressure to cap off this way. Nobody wants to go home with the second prize. Nobody wants to go home with a silver medal. And one team has already been here before, at this stage before, and that's Argentina.
Yeah.
And they will want to finish it off same way they finished it off last time. Maybe not going into penalties. If they could finish it off in 90 minutes or 120 minutes in extra time, I'm sure it will be fine for them. For Spain as well too, as I said, they've been dominant throughout this whole World Cup. They've not conceded, just except for just one goal. And and for Argentina, as I said, youth and experience. So for me, I think it's both leveled when you're looking at if it's experience or if it's youth.
Okay. Benjamin, I'm coming back to you because earlier on the show we're talking about Kylian Mbappe being top of the Golden Boot race, and his 10 goals. He has 10 goals right now, and the person following him closely is Lionel Messi, and he's going to be playing today. Kylian Mbappe leading the Golden Boot race. Do you think that might affect how the Argentines come out to play the game? Do you think they might want to maybe play and maybe be more anxious? You know, we have already been talking about the whole lot. You would say the Argentine national team plays for Lionel Messi and a whole lot. But Kylian Mbappe leading the Golden Boot race, do you think it might affect the way the Argentines play? Maybe they want to play to favor Messi, more for Messi to get more of those goals.
I don't feel so. Okay. I feel that the Argentine side, one good thing about them is, Lionel Messi has got majority of their goals in this World Cup, 8 goals. We've had the likes of Lautaro Martinez, Lisandro Martinez, Gary McAllister, not Gary McAllister, Alexis McAllister. We've got players that have scored differently. Different players have really scored in this World Cup. So I feel that many fans could say that, or many football lovers would say the Argentine team plays to the strength of Messi. Well, but see, I tell you, it's just that Messi knows how to bring himself into the game. Yeah, but I don't see them going into this game to say, okay, because Kylian Mbappe is topping Lionel Messi with 2 goals, let's go and get it all out to give Lionel Messi those passes instead of scoring, seeing chances to score, want to pass it to Lionel Messi. I don't see it that way. They would all go out. The ultimate prize is the World Cup. Yeah. There's a trophy. So okay. I don't see that. I don't want to look at it that way, that they would be selfish enough to be looking at just Lionel Messi.
Okay.
What if Argentina gets to lose the World Cup and Messi wins the Golden Boot? Or for profit?
Yeah.
So I feel that they are going to be looking at the ultimate prize, which is the World Cup. Go all out, play according to instructions, play the way you've been playing. If Messi gets the goal, good and fine. It doesn't mean that if Messi is in a position to score, you won't give him the ball. Or if you're in a position to score, you won't score because you want Messi to score. No, it doesn't mean. Yeah, if we all know that Messi is the number 1 penalty taker in the team, so if Messi is on the pitch and there's a penalty, he has lost a couple of penalties, 2 penalties, if I'm not mistaken, in this World Cup. Yes, the man is still going to take the penalties unless he decides to say, okay, I hand it over to you. And we've seen Lionel Messi, even in Barcelona, where he had money. So I feel that the ultimate prize is the World Cup. It's not money. So I feel that the ultimate prize is the World Cup. It's not about Messi alone. It's about the team. Messi did not qualify Argentina for the World Cup alone. He did not get Argentina to this point alone. Yeah, he has contributed his bit. He has had the most goals in the team. He has had the most assists in the team. But it's not about Messi. It's a team sport. At the end of the day, the ultimate prize is the World Cup. Go win the World Cup and we'll celebrate. The ultimate prize is the World Cup. Go win the World Cup and we'll celebrate. You could do that, and then Messi decides to, like I said earlier, decide to win the Golden Boot. Argentina gets to lose the World Cup. It's not a good story. But it's going to be a better story that Argentina won the World Cup, but Messi did not win the Golden Boot. I think Messi himself would prefer that. So for me, I think it's not going to affect the way they play. It's a team sport, and we will see Argentina continue to play the way they've been playing all through the World Cup.
Okay, according to Benjamin, it is not going to affect the way Argentina play. For you listening to us out there, do you think that Kylian Mbappe leading in the Golden Boot race would affect the way Argentina might come at the game? And then for the final, who do you think the pressure is on? Which team do you think has more pressure on them right now? Do you think it is Spain, or do you think it is Argentina to get the title back to back? The phone lines are open right now. 0810 9510 951. Take that again. 0810 9510 951.
Blessing, sorry, before the caller start calling, they said there's a custom pair of Adidas boots made exclusively for Lionel Messi for the 2026 FIFA World Cup final. Guess is what? It is worth 567,800 euros.
In Naira, uncle.
Making it the most expensive pair. You don't want to know that in Naira, please. So that we don't start crying here.
My son will become footballer.
Your son?
Yeah.
Okay, I never even married. They find son.
Don't worry.
If he's a married man, though.
Okay, illegally.
Married man.
Low-key married man.
I beg.
Low-key married. Okay, let me take this message from the WhatsApp or two. And that's from Woji says, if Mino gets a medal, they better give Palmer his own because they both played the same minutes in the World Cup. if you don't get the joke, Mino did not play a game at the 2026 World Cup, and Palmer was not even there.
Ulukante will collect his own medal too. I mean, that is okay. That's if fourth place doesn't get a medal.
I know fourth place doesn't get a medal.
For those persons who wants to look at, David Raya is also in that bracket.
Wahala.
A whole lot of players that in that bracket. And this other one says 170 million pounds is an outrageous price for Morgan Rogers. Is he Mbappe or Jude Bellingham? He didn't even start many games for England in the World Cup. Good that Arsenal pulled out. Well, I don't know if
Arsenal did not pull out. They were beating. They were beaten to the transfer of Morgan Rogers. Let's say it as it is. Arsenal did not pull out of anything. He just didn't want Arsenal. He wanted Chelsea.
Arsenal don't they pull out for something?
Rejection happens. It's normal. It's part of life.
Henry, Arsenal now pulling out of something.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
See where your mind
Today
is going.
Today is Sunday. Well, this is all we can think of the show today. But before we run out of the studio, guys, because Sumtu is right here. Everybody has been talking about Lionel Messi, Lamine Yamal, and those are the two major players that are on the lips of everybody. But which other player do you think this player would be there to watch out for? Which other player do you think would stand out? Let me start from you, Benjamin. Which other player do you think? There are a lot, but just choose.
For the final, I'm looking at a certain Gary McAllister.
Okay.
Yeah, because sorry, Alexis McAllister. Not I keep saying Gary. Gary McAllister is gone. His years in football is gone. Sorry, I'm looking at Alexis McAllister because the man holds the record for the most ground covered, and he's so unfortunate that he has scored just one goal. The man has had lots of opportunities.
Benjamin, why are you looking at a Liverpool player?
No, I'm looking at his performance in the World Cup.
Which performance in the World
Cup?
Cup?
They are silent.
Bar shot.
They are silent. They are silent players. They are players that perform on behind the scenes. Yeah, you could see.
He had 6 matches, Abi.
You could see.
You could see
players that at some point. In football, most people just see the goal scorers, the saves, but there are people that do the work. That orchestrate those things. It's like Firmino those days. Firmino doesn't score plenty goals, but he's orchestrator. You look at the Arsenal team. You will say, who are you going to be calling? You say, yes, Saka this, Saka that, but Declan Rice is like the engine room in that team. So I'll be looking at McAllister as the engine room in that team, in that midfield. The man is almost everywhere on the pitch. So for me, I'll be looking out for him. I will not be surprised if McAllister gets the winning goal today against Spain.
Who is Mikel Merino to you?
He's one man. One man at Rumokoro.
He can shock you 0-0. Throughout, and then someone comes from the bench to score the winning goal.
Okay, now from bench, he go come from.
Yes, now obviously.
Don't be made to the play ball start.
But then the mates, they score. They score for normal time.
Nothing come to my NOV bonds and I'm in Locosam.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that will be the World Cup final from the hours of 8 p.m. Nigerian time, 3 p.m. in the United States. And of course, we will be live at Amara Resort for the watch party for the final of the FIFA World Cup. You don't want to miss that one. And of course, we will be on ground to ensure that everything goes as smooth as possible. Enough said about the FIFA World Cup. You can still throw in your calls, about the FIFA World Cup. But let's now switch into the delights of the transfer show.
You don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice.
One life, one dream, one moment, one team, one you, lights high, 1,000 roadblocks, one shot, one truth, no fears, one flag, oh yeah, we've been waiting for this, oh yeah, we all at? We right here! Ya empezó la rumba y estamos celebrando, todo el mundo que me levante la mano, estamos vivos, hay que disfrutarlo, hoy nadie me detiene porque yo no sé parar, no, no. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause we got one life. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. One life, live it up, cause you don't get it twice. For the love, I'm a rep where I'm coming from. Every nation under the sun, elevating their favorite sign when he hit and run. You wanted it, you got it. The whole world is watching, so let's get this poppin'. We all out, we right here. Only one life to live, got so much to give. Fighting for the nation now, that is my gift. Run like a champion and win like a king. That's my only goal, my everything. Live it up now, now. Live it up now, now.
Unity, ambition, victory, celebration.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a frenzy happening in the transfer markets, of course, across the various leagues in Europe, in the Premier League, in La Liga, in the German Bundesliga, and of course, don't forget what's also transpiring in the French League. Paris Saint-Germain still resistant to let Bradley Barcola leave, but hey, it seems like that is where the attention of the Gunners will be turning to, based on the fact that Chelsea Football Club have agreed a deal with Aston Villa for the transfer of Morgan Rogers. 100 million of the best. Over more than that, way above that is the transfer market moving to a place of no return. We'll discuss all about that, and don't forget other teams who are eyeing their own spot in the transfer market. It's also a transfer, but then on a coaching perspective, and we'd be allowed to talk about Zinedine Zidane taking over as the new manager of the French national team. And of course, like I did say, what is the impact of Morgan Rogers to Chelsea Football Club? My name is Somto Isaac, and I will not be doing this alone. I've got the gentleman in the house who will be coruscating everything we want to dwell on in the ever-exciting world of sports. This is a very conversational show, ladies and gentlemen. You can call in and find out what is the preferred transfer movements of your club. Of course, we will be also weighing in on what some of these clubs are doing. And Arsenal, during the week, they did agree a deal for Chrysozolis to move from Club Brugge to the Premier League champions. We'll also talk about that. And like I did say, Crescencio Somerville is another player who has been on the lips of many clubs in and around Europe. How does that transfer pan out? Wait and see all about that. Jet Spence doing some great things in the World Cup. And he's also pitching his stance to want to leave Tottenham Hotspur. And of course, Julian Alvarez. That topic has been a very, very hot topic. Juan Laporta is still talking. From the Atletico Madrid hierarchy, there is a lot of talks in that one. And also, do not forget, like I did say, Morgan Rogers is one transfer which has stemmed up a lot of reactions, not just from the Premier League alone, but from the world of football. Where is transfer markets heading into financially? And we'll talk about all of that. Hey, like I did say, weighing, getting your thoughts on the show. The SMS and WhatsApp portal is 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. That is the SMS and WhatsApp portal. 0701 933 9962. And also you can reach out via the phone lines when you want to weigh in. 0810 951 0951. 0810 951 0951. And hey, we're still live on YouTube. It's Today951FM. Today951FM on Facebook. It's Today95.1fm. On Instagram, X, and Twitch, it's Today FM 951. And you can also listen to us live, audio only, via the website www.todayfmlive.com. Click listen live either via the homepage or from the menu list. And you can also connect via TuneIn and Radio Garden apps. Just search for Today 95.1 FM. That's freedom when you reach that. I'll open the phone lines in due course, very, very shortly, because I do have Benjamin Mina still in the house this evening. But hey, okay, let's just do this in good fashion. Let me take this call. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome. Okay, not ready first. Thought you wanted to weigh in on something regarding what we're doing in the transfer market. Benjamin, let's start with the whole frenzy which happened yesterday. It was an exclusive from David Ornstein, veteran journalist right there in England. He did announce that Chelsea had reached a verbal agreement with Aston Villa to sign Morgan Rogers. A bid of £117 million was accepted by Aston Villa, being finalized, and he will have his medical tomorrow. He signs a 6-year contract plus an extension of a further year. Arsenal, of course, interested in the man, but he did also want to sign for Chelsea Football Club, and we hear that Xabi Alonso was also very instrumental in this deal. Before we discuss alternative plans for Arsenal, before we discuss what he actually adds to the Chelsea side, before we also discuss the impact of some of these voluminous deals on the transfer market, is Morgan Rogers worth up to £117 million?
Well, I wouldn't say he's worth up to that amount. First, lots of things makes a player's price go up, and one of them is when you're from England, when you're an English international or let's just say when you're from England, the hype around you, the Premier League, we know the hype that the English media brings to the table when it comes to their own. So I think part of it is what made that price go up. And then for Morgan Rogers, the man, yeah, he's scored a couple of goals last season for Aston Villa, important goals when Oli Watkins wasn't really firing. He stepped up and had those goals and memorable moments for Aston Villa. But again, I don't want to say the man. I was when I saw it, I was like, £117 million. This is outrageous. And it doesn't really. It's not just affecting the Premier League as a whole. This is going to hike the price of many players moving, and especially a World Cup year. What special thing did Morgan Rogers do for Aston Villa that warrants £117 million? I don't think a player of that caliber, yeah, a good player, but I don't think he's an exceptional player that would cost that amount. Yeah, if for me, I think £50 million would be that fee, but because he's like I said earlier, he's a three-lion player, an English international.
We hear that Arsenal refused to pay above. They had their valuation set around 80 to 100, but they declined to go above 100 million for Morgan Rogers.
I think for me, I think you shouldn't go above 80 if you must, because of the circumstances. Yeah, he's a young player. You're looking at the future. He's a man that, if he keeps performing very well, he could give you, let's say 3, 4 years, 5, 6 years. But again, footballers of these days, injury is one thing that you can't rule out of the sports, and lots of things, surrounding a player's development. And again, if a new coach comes in and he doesn't cut it, you start looking at losses, because at the end of the day, we've seen Chelsea sign players for huge money, and then they can't even get something out of it. Mudryk is one of them. Yeah, Mudryk, you say he's on suspension. He's on ban because of, we all know his incident, at the end of the day, you'll be sold for a lesser price. Mohamed Salah is part of that mix. Kevin De Bruyne are part of that mix. Players that were bought and couldn't cut it at Chelsea, or they didn't have enough playing time and they were sold. So for me, I think Morgan Rogers, when I saw that amount, I just said, see, it's not the man's fault. Remember Anderson that just went to Manchester United? You could see the Manchester City, the outrageous fee that was paid for the young man. So I feel that is part of the things that are making the transfer market, the players, fee for players going up there. Then it was Bill when he moved to Real Madrid, £85 million, if I can remember. So, prices, look, Modric, now players is affecting players right now. So I feel that's part of the reason, because City, what's it called? Will be telling you if Anderson was signed for 117 from Palace and from Forest, why can't Morgan Rogers go for that amount? And it's Chelsea. They are rebuilding. So I feel that other clubs, apart from PSG, Chelsea, Man City, I don't think there are clubs that could spend that amount. For me, it's an outrageous fee, and the man does not deserve to be going for that amount. Well, it's not his fault. Clubs have agreed terms and all that to him, and transfer fees. But for me, I think if I could go for him, it's going to be less than £100 million.
Was it smart, or was it a little bit just an Arsenal thing? Why I say an Arsenal thing is because they've missed out on Rodgers, a player who was their priority target. Now, from some other reports, we've heard that Aston Villa were exceptionally pissed with Arsenal at how they moved for that deal. Similar with how they're moving for Bruno Guimaraes, refusing to speak to the clubs directly. And when they finally had some club-to-club talks for Morgan Rogers, we hear that Villa were not exactly impressed with how Arsenal were negotiating for Morgan Rogers. And immediately Chelsea came into the thick of things. They had to accept that bid. And on Arsenal's part, talks were supposed to accelerate in the new week, at the start of the new week. But Chelsea immediately moved swiftly to ensure that Arsenal don't get any leveraging points on Morgan Rogers. Is it a smart thing for them to pull out of a deal worth this? Or hey, if he's your priority target, shouldn't you go all out? Shouldn't you actually say, okay, if there is any signing you should spend more than you value, or you should spend more than your valuation, it should be your priority signing, because that for you should feel like a deal-breaking signing. But then they've stalled on Morgan Rogers. Their same approach of, okay, maybe expecting Morgan Rogers to push for a move to them so that it drops the valuation at Aston Villa, and expecting Rogers to just do a good chunk of the amounts. Now we hear personal terms were not a problem. The financial package was never a problem. Yes, he had some doubts about how he would fit in at Arsenal tactically. Before we move into the tactical side, for Arsenal, it was a similar situation for Jeremy Monga from Leicester City. You don't want to pay a certain amount. You take your time on the deal. You agree with the player, and then you now expect the player to do your job for you, which is to actually move at the club and force their hand to sell. Is it just being foolish from Arsenal, or there's a bit of certainty here in them spending prudently?
Well, I don't think it's something very bad for it's bad, what Arsenal did. Every club have the way they operate. Every club, I repeat, every club has the way they operate. So for Arsenal, I don't think it's a bad move. It's a bad what's it called that it did, because in as much as it's your primary target, you look at it, Arsenal have spent over 100 million for Declan Rice, and they've seen the results. The man is worth every penny. And looking at it, I don't think if you start
even with Declan Rice, if Declan Rice had not said I'm going to Arsenal,
yes, I know.
Arsenal would have not probably paid that amount.
I know. See, the truth is, signing a player for this amount, it entails a few things. Other players at the club might be looking at it and say, if you can sign this player for this amount and this huge wage, I would demand for a higher wage. So I don't think every club has got a structure and the way they want things to be done. For Arsenal, I'm not saying their approach, towards players are very okay, because looking at it, the way Arsenal have approached players few seasons ago, they've always wanted the player to actually come out and say, I want a move. I want to leave my club, and then you tell them, and then the player, when a player come out and start striking and say, I don't want to play for my club, my present club, I want to go to Arsenal, I want to make that move, the player's valuation starts dropping. And that's what Arsenal have been using for a while, as a leverage for a while. Even like you said, even the Declan Rice issue, that was the case. So I just feel that it's not a very good approach, but every club knows how much they value a player. You can be my primary target, but I know how much I want to spend on you. If you don't agree, or your primary club does not agree with the way I want to spend, how much I want to sign you, or I want to spend on you, I'll walk out of the deal. Because, like I said, you start raising eyebrows, because other players will want to demand, other players might start demanding, and then, I will start coughing out money that ordinarily, because I'm in a tight corner, you're my primary target, I should go all out and start giving you money. No. Start bringing out 117 million big for Morgan Rogers, because no. Arsenal have already had their minds staged on 100 million pounds. 100 million pounds to sign the man. Aston Villa are demanding more. You would say Arsenal did not go through the right channels, direct talk with Aston Villa. That's a fault in Arsenal's part. But I don't expect any club that has got a plan or an amount that they want to spend on players, on a particular player, to start going, or because you're my primary target, I'll start wasting money on you. No. So for me, Arsenal are right. They are right to pull out of that deal. Arsenal wouldn't want to spend more than 100 for a player that they feel is below 100 and something. Their valuation was 100. And I think Villa would knock that. No, if Arsenal had tabled the bid officially, Villa would have knocked it off because they wanted more. So for me, Arsenal are right. Because of my primary target does not mean I would go all out and spend and use everything I've got to sign you. What if you don't perform? It becomes a loss on us. So for me, Arsenal are 100% right for pulling out of that deal.
Let's talk about Morgan Rogers' fit to this Chelsea side. We hear that Xabi Alonso was very crucial. It was a hijack, by the way. Let's not put it that way. It was a hijack. Chelsea hijacked this deal from Arsenal. Xabi Alonso was very crucial to getting Rogers to switch, presented him the tactical plans, and of course, with how he functions, most times with a 3-4-2-1, you expect Rogers to occupy spaces behind the striker, cutting in from an inverted position from the left-hand side, on the right-hand side. So it's a very huge signing for Chelsea. How does he fit in tactically? Is it the type of deal-breaking signing for Chelsea? Maybe João Pedro up front, Morgan Rogers and Cole Palmer behind, and then, of course, in midfield, you have the complement of Enzo, Caicedo. Chelsea, are you satisfied with the job that Chelsea is doing in this transfer window?
Well, for the Morgan Rogers deal, you look at it, Chelsea does not have a natural winger, apart from Pedro Neto. Because Pedro Neto, what's it called now? Cole Palmer at some point is being used as a winger at some point. So I just feel that it's the right deal because Chelsea does not have that. Chelsea does not have that. What's it called? That natural winger. And Morgan Rogers can play as a winger. He can play behind the striker. He can play as a striker. So for me, I feel that deal is right. It's a good deal for me. But again, I just feel that Chelsea, this is they've overpaid, but that's not my problem. It's not my concern. I'm not Todd Bowley. I'm not Xabi Alonso. I'm not whatever related to Chelsea. You know, I'm just a football journalist. You know, so but for me, I feel that the man will fit in very well because aside Pedro Neto, nobody is a natural winger in that. In Kopama, at some point, being deployed to the side. What's his name now? Yeah, Pedro most times deployed to the side, played as a number 9. So, but Morgan Rogers can actually fit in all these positions. So for me, I think Morgan Rogers coming in, he will play as a winger. His primary role will be as a winger alongside Pedro Neto and Cole Palmer behind, what's it called now? Behind Pedro, you know, in that attack. So I think it's a good buy. The man I'm on 4-4-2. The man is still going to be there. He's still going to form part of the attack. Going to be there. He's still going to form part of the attack. So for me, I think Morgan Rogers coming into the team first is not coming to warm the bench. The man is coming to start games, and he's coming as a winger first off. Maybe Kopama, I'm not. That's not my prayer. Kopama gets injured. The man is going to fill that number 8 position or number 10 position. It's something that he can do. So we've seen him over time with Aston Villa play from the right-hand side, the left-hand side at some point, number 9, when Ole Watkins wasn't performing, sometime behind Ole Watkins. The man is an instrumental player. He can play different positions. So for me, I think tactically, the man is going to fit into what Xabi Alonso wants to play. Now, let's look at Xabi Alonso's team when at what's it called now? Bayer Leverkusen. He had Florian Wirtz that orchestrates that play. And at some point, he plays Florian Wirtz behind the striker. Most times, Florian Wirtz on the side. So I feel what Florian Wirtz is to Xabi Alonso at Bayer Leverkusen, that's what Xabi Alonso wants to do with Morgan Rogers. For me, that's how I feel that he wants to use him. So tactically, I think the man is going to fit into what Xabi Alonso wants to be doing with Chelsea. But at the end of the day, I pray that it works for him, because if it doesn't work for him, pressure begins to set on the man and the manager.
And let's now discuss the ripple effects of this on the transfer market. Now, Morgan Rogers won £17 million. Elliot Anderson, £116 million. Bradley Barcola is somewhere around the £120 million mark.
Yeah.
Yan Diomande above 110 million pounds. What is what has caused the inflation in the transfer market? Is it clubs causing it? Is it the influx of money? Maybe clubs realize that a lot of all of these teams have money. Let's not kid ourselves. Is it also the fact that these teams should stop? Take more of the Arsenal initiative. Stop it. Don't overpay for a player. Take more of how maybe teams like Liverpool will approach. Don't overpay. If the player is not up to that amount, do not overpay. What has caused this inflation in the transfer market? And is it something that we should just say, okay, yes, it is allowed at this point in time? Nobody can do anything about it. This is the situation we find ourselves, because the transfer market has always been evolving from when Cristiano Ronaldo had that world record deal. Pogba, we thought nothing would ever cross, and then Neymar's transfer came along the way and blew everybody away. Kylian Mbappe moving for over 180 million euros. Is this a cause of what teams have done to themselves? Do you feel it's normal at this rate? Should we take this as normal at this point? I mean, this is 2026. Let's take it as normal, or no? This should not be taken as normal.
Well, see, we have to come to terms that the transfer market is spoiled, because it didn't start today. Like I said, I made reference of Gareth Bale moving to Real Madrid, Paul Pogba moving back to Manchester United for 98 million pounds or so, if I can remember.
89 million pounds.
89 million pounds rather. Those deals actually made the transfer market spike up, and influx of money into the game. Every year we see owners coming in, injecting money into the team, and they want to spend owners want to spend as long as it didn't affect the financial fair play rule. You have to balance your book and all that. So I think that it's the inflow of money, the influx of money into the team and the clubs, different clubs. That's number one. Number two, clubs are looking at other clubs, the way they sell their players. Like I made mention, Anderson has just moved to Manchester City for a British record before now, way above 100 million pounds. Aston Villa will be looking at, if Anderson will be moving, a young man will be moving for that amount, we have to push Morgan Rogers' fee that way. Remember, Liverpool paid almost 100 million plus add-on for Florian Wirtz. Almost did that for what's his name, the Moise Caicedo at Chelsea, but the man decided to move to Chelsea. So there's money, the money that these teams are getting from the owners, inject of money from the owners, from revenue, deals, sponsorship, and all that. That is, for me, I think that's the reason why clubs are willing. But because if let's say players are moving for a decent fee, the other clubs wouldn't be spiking it up. And if there's no money, how much did what's it called, the team that was Wolves that was relegated made from TV rights? More than 80 to 90 million pounds. So there's money they want to spend, as long as it does not hit the financial fair play. So I feel that different factors are what is causing these players to actually move for a huge fee. The media hype, part of it. Now, the media hype is part of it, yes. What's it called now? Influx of money, and then, sponsorship deals and all that. So I feel that that's the reason why these players are moving for huge money.
All right, 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to weigh in on the discourse. Morgan Rogers, is he a player that should be worth this type of amount for Chelsea? For Chelsea also, should they be investing like this? Hi, good evening to you and welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, welcome to the show.
I'm fine.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Emmanuel.
Welcome, Emmanuel.
Please, for Morgan Rogers, I think it's a goodie for Chelsea. And it will be good for Chelsea to sign winger.
Emmanuel, are you a Chelsea fan?
No, I'm a Man City fan, and I want you to tell me more about Man City transfer news.
Okay. Emmanuel, how old are you?
13.
Yeah. Emmanuel, thank you so much for calling in. All right. And I'll give you an update on Manchester City transfer news. Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Emmanuel. Nice speaking to you. Hi. Good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Calling from Jubilee.
Welcome to the show.
I want you to give us updates of Arsenal. I don't stop discussing our this. If the guy don't go, forget about it. Give us what Arsenal has now and what they want to buy. That's what I'm waiting. I've been waiting here. So leave them. That's England for you. Money will come more. So let us know what Arsenal is doing for and the one that comes to. Thank you very much.
Arsenal have lost out on Morgan Rogers. Use that one hold your side first, okay? We'll give you more of the details for Arsenal transfer news on the show. And of course, I did also say at the start of the show that Arsenal have agreed with Club Brugge for Christos Zolis. Yeah, and we'll discuss more of those things. We're discussing the impact of Morgan Rogers' move to Chelsea in the Premier League. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Spogan.
Welcome.
Yeah, about the matter of Morgan Rogers, I think it would be a good fit, but leave the price tag. This is England for you.
All right. He says we should accept what is going on in the Premier League. Morgan Rogers' move to Chelsea is worth around £117 million. I'll still be taking more of your messages on the SMS and WhatsApp portal. It's 0701 933 9962. And of course, you can keep the calls coming. 0810 951 0951. Morgan Rogers to Chelsea. Is it overpriced? Are you satisfied with the quality of that deal? A team like Arsenal pulling out of that, or not pulling out, not meeting up the valuation of Aston Villa. Was it a good thing? Was it a smart thing? Was it a foolish thing? Hi, good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you, my brother. Welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Orlando.
Oh, welcome, my brother.
Yeah. Morgan Rogers going to Chelsea. I think it's a good movement. It's a good add-on to Chelsea because they'll sell Andre Santos to United. So it's a good move to them.
Okay. He says Chelsea have lost some players. Well, Andre Santos is not exactly a replacement for him, though. Maybe Chelsea will be scouting the midfield market for a replacement for Andre Santos. 08109510951. Ernest from Woji is saying he says breaking. Rogers is set to go for his Chelsea medical on Monday, but he'll pass through the Emirates Stadium to reject Arsenal face to face. I mean, Arsenal are the champions, though. We'll talk about Arsenal's contingency plans as as the move to Morgan Rogers, or the move for Morgan Rogers has all of a sudden fallen apart. But then, Benjamin, let's now even dwell on this Arsenal team. Let's dwell on their own transfer policy. We hear they will firmly remain in the hunt for Julian Alvarez if that opportunity presents itself. Julian Alvarez has given priority to Barcelona, and if a deal with Barcelona cannot be struck with Atletico Madrid, Julian Alvarez's most likely destination apart from Barcelona is Arsenal. Why? Because Atletico Madrid don't want to sell to a rival. They've rejected Real Madrid's bid outrightly at the start of the transfer window. Also for Barcelona, they remain firmly in the hunt because that is where Julian wants to go. That is the player that Barcelona want to sign. At the end of the day, Arsenal's policy for the attack remains Julian Alvarez, and if that can be struck, maybe one of Victor Gyökeres or Kai Havertz can leave. But are Arsenal moving exactly in a way that is pleasing to you in this transfer market? You're Premier League champions. You're looking for cut price deals here and there. I mean, Leandro Trossard, a player who is very vital to your setup, has departed. You signed Christos Zolis. Morgan Rogers was also your ideal player to play as a replacement for Leandro Trossard. But then you're sort of saying, push on your own end. Bruno Guimaraes, that deal has gone silent. Yes, Bruno Guimaraes has stated both to Eddie Howe, both to the Newcastle hierarchy, I've served you, I've stayed at the club, I want to move to Arsenal. There's also talk here and there about Ezri Konsa. William Saliba will be out for around 5 months because we hear he would require surgery for that back injury that he is nursing. So maybe Ezri Konsa, because on the right back of things, Ben White is not exactly the trusted player. In centre back, as William Saliba will be out for a considerable period. Have you been satisfied with Arsenal's movements in this transfer window? Are they moving in ways that are pleasing to you?
Well, every club knows what they want, because yeah, a champion does not mean you go all out and start throwing money, here and there. But for Arsenal, I believe they know what they want. But one thing is, if you can't get Morgan Rogers, trust me, you can't get Alvarez, because Atleti will cut your head. Atleti will tell you this is what you want, and if you can't pay, go leave. So I feel that Arsenal should be looking at other targets.
But you feel Andrea Berta's existing or previous
relationship
relationship doesn't help matters?
matter. We know how Atleti, we know how Atleti, run their business. If Atleti tell you it's 10 million, no one naira need to come out. They are like, what's his former Tottenham, what's his name now? Remind me of this former Tottenham, Daniel Levy. They're like Daniel Levy. If they tell you 1 naira does not go out. So I feel that Arsenal, if you can't get Morgan Rogers, take your eyes off Julian Alvarez. You can't pay. You can't pay. Yeah, if I'm impressed about Arsenal transfer so far, well, I would say they are the defending champ. They are the champion of the Premier League, the outgone season. The way they've run their transfer so far, Arsenal believes in poaching the player and let the player go and tell the club that I want to leave. They don't believe in doing, tabling official bid first, So I feel that you let Trossard leave. Trossard has been part of your team, but he's not. Trossard is not a starter in that team. He's not a starter. Looking at it, Trossard is not a starter. Yeah, you let him go. I'm looking at getting an upgrade for the man. Yeah, you've bought Christos into the team. Yes. Now Saliba is going out. He's out. He's going to be out for a long time. What are your other targets?
Rice needs to rest.
You need to make that move.
Rice needs to rest. You're talking Saliba. Rice.
No, they've been linked to Konsa.
64.
But I think Declan Rice has no business playing to 90 minutes in this World Cup. Yes, for a replacement of what's it called now? Saliba. Ezri Konsa is not going to come cheap. because he has played in the World Cup, remember?
Aston Villa,
his price has gone up.
Let's not forget the club-to-club relationship between Arsenal and Aston Villa.
Let's even forget the club-to-club stuff. Ezri Konsa has been a steady Premier League defender for the past 2-3 years in Villa. He's gone to the World Cup, like you mentioned. Villa have PSR issues. That's why they let Morgan Rogers go. And they let him go for them. Because a lot of people were questioning where Villa got the money to sign Mazambi and João Gomez from, knowing that they were treading on a tightrope. So trust me, if Konsa is going to go, Konsa will go for at least 80.
Now I'm going to drop an update from David Ornstein 10 minutes ago. He says Arsenal have a specified valuation for Bruno Guimaraes, and they will try to complete the deal at that price. Now, if that is not possible, they will turn to other midfield targets. There's no approaching transfer market.
I know, but truth be told, I feel the transfer market is becoming crazy and bonkers, and I blame a lot of the big clubs. Why would I spend 160 million pounds on Elliot Anderson? Why would I spend more 170 million pounds on Morgan Rogers? I feel Chelsea overpaid for him. No offense to Chelsea fans, I feel you overpaid for Morgan Rogers, because Morgan Rogers is not a 100 million pounds player any day, anytime. He's a good player, but he's not a 100 million pounds player. I question why Sandro Tonali is going for 100 million. Mateus Fernandez is going for 85 million. Like, it's crazy, it's bonkers. We're hearing Adam Watson could go for 100 million if Liverpool is willing to press on with their interest. We're hearing, I think in the Premier League, players are becoming too overpriced, and it's becoming a problem for a lot of these clubs. So, I mean, Arsenal did something cheeky. They went to Club Brugge and brought out Zolis. Zolis came to the Premier League as a young guy in Norwich, then from PAOK. Struggled a bit, showed glimpses of what he can offer. Then went to Belgium, developed. He's about 24 now. stayed there for about 3 years plus and has developed finally and looks close to the player we expected him or we thought he would be when he was coming through at PAOK in Greece. And Arsenal has gone spent about 40 million on him and brought him into the Premier League. That could be value for money. At this point in time, with the way the transfer window works these days, you can't get Salah from Roma for 34 million pounds.
Especially since Zolis had over 20 goals, 20 assists in the season.
And that's from Club Brugge. You're spending
Club
40
Brugge.
million, 40 million euros. This is about roughly 36 million pounds. That is moving more than what Liverpool paid for Salah. So you can't get Salah from Roma to Liverpool now. The best you can do, and you just have to be much more patient if you don't spend big money, is to get Salah from Basel, which is literally what Arsenal are banking on with getting Zolis from Club Brugge. Because if Zolis doesn't move to Arsenal from Club Brugge, the next trajectory you're looking at Zolis taking is either Zolis ends up in a place like Brighton, Brentford, or Aston Villa. Then he plays or has 1 or 2 good seasons. Then Aston Villa is telling you bring £100 million plus for him. So I think a lot of Premier League clubs, the top ones, have to avoid going to the lower Premier League clubs to sign players. But because the problem is that there's too much money in the Premier League now. So if I call price for you, you must pay it. That's it. So I can hold on to my players and pay them very good salaries. And if I call the price, you must pay it. So that's basically it. And you see Man United running away from those sort of deals this summer because you have to be careful with them. Honestly, they spent on Tillemans and what's his name now, Andre Santos. They are still trying to see if they can bring in one more midfielder. They are still the transfer market has become very complicated. They were saying Liverpool delay in signing. I mean, Munoz and Jake are the only players that have come in so far. And we know that there are a lot of areas that they need to actually beef up in the squad. We're going to see how it goes. But for Arsenal, there are still places they still need to invest in. Someplace obvious. I think Martinelli will not be leaving. I don't think Martinelli is leaving. So Zolis has come in for trust, and I don't think there's any business going up outside for Arsenal again this summer.
Exactly, I was going to ask that, especially when you also have Iberichese in your team.
There's also Iberichese who could deputize for Odegaard in the number 10 position. And there's a young man.
Forgetting it and Waneri.
I think Waneri will go out.
Waneri will go on loan.
Or either be sold. I think he's falling way down. I think Max Doman is currently, because especially when you look at the loan stint at Marseille not going according to plan.
And if you factor that Arsenal getting another midfielder, say for instance Bruno Guimaraes, I think the Arsenal Nogard is going to leave.
Nogard is going to leave. So if you have Guimaraes, you have Declan Rice,
you have Mikel Merino.
There's a fourth midfielder, Zubimendi.
Odegaard is there, Eze is there. So they wanted to get in Rodgers.
There's a possibility Gyökeres is leaving because we are hearing reports Barcelona are trying to, or he has been offered to Barcelona. It looks like Arsenal is trying to see, maybe they weren't satisfied with what Gyökeres gave them. They are looking for someone else. But
I think they want to retain Havertz.
Yeah, they want to retain Havertz.
But then the Gyökeres thing is, there's also talk that he might be offered in a swap move for Atletico Madrid for Alvarez.
Atletico say Alvarez is not for sale. That's the problem. Alvarez is not for sale because, I mean, if you're selling Gyökeres for Alvarez, it even makes more sense swapping Gyökeres for Solot because it's even more similar profile. Alvarez is a different profile. So imagine having Gyökeres and Solot up front for Atleti. It makes your attack.
Gyökeres is fast though. Is it a similar profile?
Alvarez is faster. Gyökeres isn't fast. He's strong, but he isn't fast. Compared to a lot of strikers, Gyökeres is not fast. He's strong, but he's not fast compared to a lot of strikers. So you're looking at almost the same profile with Gyökeres and Solot. It just doesn't make sense for Simeone. So I think maybe there are other striking targets or other targets they are looking at up front. But you now have to ask yourself, how many world-class strikers are actually available this summer? Osimhen is the new Galatasaray captain. So I don't know if that could still trigger a move or he's going to stay there. Maybe you get Alvarez, then Atletico will decide, okay, they will still go for Victor Osimhen at the end of the day, or you could go for him yourself. But I think for Arsenal, just go into next season with Gyökeres and Havertz. I don't see any need for Gyökeres to leave. Barcelona are scrambling and looking for how to solve the striking issue, especially after Alvarez. The Alvarez deal looks to have been botched or collapsed. So that's Barcelona's problem. You've solved Trossard living with Zolis. Go into the season with Gyökeres and Havertz. You can get in Guimaraes. At least you can rotate because
Friday has failed him at this point.
Ben White is a suitable squad option. If no decent offer comes in for him, he stays. If a suitable offer comes in for him, he goes. Then you find a replacement. But you don't let such a player go unless there's a replacement lined up because Timbers will not give you a full season. Timbers will get injured. I can't remember Timbers since he came to Arsenal playing a full season. without getting injured. He even missed the World Cup. Yes. So let's say Timbers gets injured. What happens? Even if Mosquera plays at right back, he doesn't offer much going forward. So,
and
Timbers
especially
and
when you
White offers
consider
better going
Arsenal's
forward.
habit of overplaying players, should that not be the main reason why they even attack the transfer market and stop
I
with
think
this messing about
they
of
have a good squad,
valuation?
but if you want to just go and start spending a lot and changing a lot and chopping and changing a title winning team, look at Liverpool last season. You chop and change a lot, and
now would only be possible if Newcastle do not accept that valuation. Newcastle do not accept that valuation. They will move on to other. They will move on to other targets. And now we hear Newcastle are aiming to secure a fee within the 80 to 85 million range as a minimum for Bruno to 85 million range as a minimum for Bruno Guimaraes. Now Bruno Guimaraes is fully sold on the project at Arsenal and is waiting for his agents and Kia to handle the situation respectfully. And now for some other reports concerning Arsenal, and their players. Christian Noga, there was some interest from the United Arab Emirates for his services, but we hear he wants to stay in London for at least another year if he's able to. There was some talk about Gabriel Jesus and moving to Fenerbahce, but then no major interest on that one. So we'll talk about Christozolis very shortly, but hey, 0810-9510951. That's the number to still weigh in if you want to call on the show, and 0701-933-996. That's the SMS and WhatsApp portal. I'll take a message on WhatsApp very shortly, but not before this call. Hi, good evening to you and welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you, my brother.
Yeah, I'm William of Fuji Community.
William, welcome.
Yeah, about this Morgan Rogers. How old is he? Can't Chelsea spend or splash money heavily on Osimhen? I can guarantee you goals. I don't like this. I don't like this. Look at the front line. We've not been doing well. How many goals? If not Pedro, go. They should go and splash one on Osimhen. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts. To also clarify your question, Morgan Rogers is 23 years of age. I think Chelsea see João Pedro as the number one striker at the club. Maybe if Osimhen comes in. But yeah, I definitely, yes, in terms of name unknown, but in terms of how he's performed this season, is
basically, so I mean, what I love to watch players like that when they play, and he's actually a very good player technically. So that's one advantage Arsenal have by signing Christozolis.
Let's talk about contingency plans now. Bradley Bakula is one player who we hear was an alternative target to Morgan Rogers, but then they will face stiff competition for his signature from Liverpool, because Liverpool also lost out on their priority target too, talking about Yan Diomande, who has given priority to Paris Saint-Germain. Yeah, there's still a dispute in price range between PSG and of course Leipzig, but then Bakula to Arsenal, do you see that even working out?
Liverpool are still rated as the favourites by all the tabloids, Ben Jacobs, Romano, but you have to, I don't know, would they be willing to spend the 100 million plus that they say PSG are or will be demanding for Bradley Bakula? I seriously don't know. But let's wait and see. But I think there's a good chance. For Arsenal to actually get Bradley Bakula. He looks an interesting player, a fine dribbler, a good finisher in front of goal. That's one part of his game that people underestimate a lot. It's actually a fantastic finisher.
Do we underestimate it, or he's actually not really?
The problem with Bakula is the fact that Bakula can be lazy. It's the fact that Bakula can be lazy. He sometimes he doesn't want to press. And that's one of the problems Enrique has with him, that Bakula sometimes just doesn't want to press. So I think he'll actually be a decent sign. But Arsenal signing Bakula is down to if anybody leaves. I think that's the simple truth, because I don't understand what you want to do, or why you want to sign another forward or sign Bakula when no one has left the squad currently in the Arsenal team, especially when you have plethora of wingers and two centre forwards available for you. So it's doable, but I think for now it's not a priority.
All right, not a priority, but doable. Talking about the Manchester City transfer stories, of course, Elliot Anderson is the one player through the door for Manchester City. They would considerably set their sights on the transfer market here for a defender and for a midfielder. For now, Savinho is one player that could be heading out the exit door for Manchester City. We hear Tottenham remain confident of signing Manchester City's 22-year-old Brazil winger Savinho. Both clubs are in negotiations right now, so yeah, that could be a move that will be seen before the end of this transfer window. Hey, before even the start of the season, Tottenham have been moving really, really crazy in this transfer market. And also for Manchester City, Real Madrid, listen again, Real Madrid have no intention of signing the 30-year-old Spain midfielder Rodri this summer. Now, this is according to The Athletic. We hear Real Madrid have no intention of signing Rodri this summer. Obviously, Rodri seemed to have opened the door to a move to Real Madrid in the middle of the season when he had that interview, and maybe a lot of people said it was taken out of proportion, and he's yet to sign a new contract at Manchester City. That contract expires at the end of this incoming season. But we hear Real Madrid have an intention of pursuing a deal for Rodri this summer. Obviously, Aurelien Tchouameni has signed a new contract at Real Madrid already, so maybe that is the midfielder that they are hoping to transform their holding midfield fortunes ahead of the new season. Of course, Bernardo Silva also moved from Manchester City to Real Madrid this transfer window. And AC Milan are also keeping tabs on 26-year-old Manchester City and England midfielder Phil Foden. That's according to Tutto Sport in Italy. But any deal for Foden would only be possible if AC Milan are able to sell 27-year-old Portugal forward Rafael Leao. So yeah, for a man who was asking for some little updates on Manchester City and the happenings in the transfer market, here you have it. Hey, the World Cup has not even ended, and we saw that blockbuster out of the block news for Morgan Rogers yesterday. So when the World Cup comes to an end today, you'd be seeing a lot of teams moving very fast in the transfer markets for this summer. But I could just go around what the rest of the papers and the tabloids are saying regarding some more transfer stories. Relatively unknown though, but Leicester City defender Ben Nelson has told the club he wants to leave with Manchester United and West Ham interested in the 22-year-old Englishman. Arsenal are set to sign English midfielder Elijah Upson after the 18-year-old turned down a new contract with Tottenham Hotspur. That's according to Fabrizio Romano. And Portugal midfielder João Palhinha is expected to return to Bayern Munich for the start of the season, with reports for the 31-year-old due to sign for Aston Villa wide off the mark. That's according to Sky in Germany. Team Talk is reporting that Real Madrid, Barcelona and Atletico Madrid are interested in signing 28-year-old Tottenham and Argentina defender Christian Romero. Court Offside is also reporting that Chelsea are still in talks to sign 26-year-old France defender Maxence Lacroix, but Crystal Palace's asking price of about £70 million is stalling the deal. We also hear Everton are favourites to sign 24-year-old English winger Jadon Philogene from Ipswich. And yeah, that is all that will be that concerning some transfer stories within some of the clubs that have relatively unknown players. But Henry, before I wrap up on all of the other transfer stories, this time from other tabloids, Juan Laporta made a very, very concrete statement yesterday. He said at Barcelona, they will not make a mistake of keeping a player who wants to move elsewhere, who is unhappy. Now, he said, and I quote, a big club cannot allow unhappy players in their squad. At Barcelona, this will never happen. He also said that, funny enough, there have been times where, this player is not moving, but the player will end up at the club. And he said he's not going to mention names, but they have been very vocal about their wish to sign Julian Alvarez. Atletico Madrid making a mistake by not selling a player who is unhappy, who has even voiced out publicly his dream to move to their rivals.
Left to Simeone, he'll probably go. But Enrique Cerezo, the president, he doesn't want him to go. So Simeone doesn't want an unhappy player in his squad. That's clear, and it's very obvious. So let's wait and see how it unfolds. But I think there's a higher chance Alvarez leaves. They have, for Alvarez not to leave, they have to find a way to convince him to stay. They just have to find a way. But I don't see how easy that would be, especially when you look at Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, who is likely to compete for the La Liga title, who is likely to compete for the Champions League title, it's Barcelona. So I think Atleti should just try and sell him off as quickly as possible and get in a replacement as quickly as possible. Do the transfer dealings as fast as you can and settle into next season. Preseason has started already. Don't let it drag on like Newcastle did with Isak last season, and we also how it ended up being for them. It didn't work out well for
That in the bush. We're looking for that striker. If you have two good strikers in the team, it won't be a bad thing. They should not let go to allow you to play. But for me again, Roger that Chelsea said it's time for £170 million. Did they want it? And they want £170 million. So Chelsea are coming again now. We want to pack play and put them after they will go 6-7 position the game. Chelsea is going to buy Roger for £170 million. It doesn't want it because they want to save money in the market because they want to buy players. So I wish Arsenal to go to market, just buy 2 midfielders, 1 attacker, 2 defenders. Finish. 1, 2 midfielder, 1 attacker with Torres and 2 defenders. Arsenal can't again. So Arsenal should go to market now, buy quality players, add to the team. They will do well again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother, for your thoughts. He says Mikel Arteta should not sell Victor Gyökeres. This was a guy who pushed to come to your club when the chips were. Gyökeres pushed extensively to join Arsenal, and listen, I feel for the man. I feel for the man, but hey, you have to be ruthless if you want to start challenging for the big ones. Arsenal skipped just by chance through a lot of games in the Premier League last season, and maybe they see Julian Alvarez as that player who would give them control. More reports on Chelsea, by the way. We hear that they've held formal talks with Crystal Palace finally over a move for centre-back Maxence Lacroix. This filtered in through Ben Jacobs as at 7 minutes past the hour of 5. Ben Jacobs is also now reporting that the valuation, which the Eagles are saying is anything above 55 million. Maxence Lacroix, above 50 million pounds.
He went to the World Cup with France now.
My friend, I beg me then relax, I beg.
So when they tell you the transfer window is now, Lille president is telling you Ayub Buwadi will go for 100 million after Eliota has been for 160. So I mean, this is why it's very bad doing deals during World Cup years, and also the transfer market is so inflated. They are talking about Bournemouth saying Alex Scott is 80 million.
I mean, what Crystal Palace are saying, they are using the Jean-Paul Van Heck
for Van
Heck's deal to Spurs as a yardstick. By the way, Arsenal are also, from what he also reported, Ben Jacobs, they say Arsenal also appreciate Maxence Lacroix. I could squeeze in one more call for around 30 seconds on this one. Hi, good evening to you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ansam. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, my brother.
Yes, I don't know why people are just killing themselves concerning Chelsea signing. Man City signed a player for 160 million. Nobody was talking. Now Chelsea signed 117, and somebody is here talking. The last caller was talking. What people should mind their business. I don't know why they should drink.
No verse, man. No, he's an Arsenal fan. He's an Arsenal fan. He said.
You mind Arsenal. Mind Arsenal business and leave other people's business.
Oh yeah, he will leave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your thoughts. Also, we hear Mundo Deportivo reporting that Juventus are leading the race to sign Monaco and USA striker Folarin Balogun with Dortmund. Sunderland also interested, and also, according to reports, AC Milan are monitoring Phil Foden. Yeah, and that will be that for the transfer show today on Today 95.1 FM. I did the show, of course, with Henry Ogugo. Benjamin Mina was also in the house. Sylvia Wallace is also there in and around the area. NS1, would you want final parting shot for you? He said something be like, now everybody has not their for this transfer window. Anyways, my name is Somto Isaac. We'll return from 6:30 a.m. for Sports Attack tomorrow morning. But after that, we would also have another edition of Today's Sports Live from 3 p.m. We'll go pay some bills, and from the hour of 6, you have the news with Queen Chima. Do have yourselves a lovely Sunday ahead and a World Cup final filled evening. Spain and Argentina delight us from 8 p.m. Have yourselves a lovely day.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.
I got court lights in the evening. People coming where confidence grows from.
This special radio feature on dental tourism is sponsored by Stream Dental Clinic, Port Harcourt. Have you ever heard of dental tourism? It's the idea of traveling to another city to receive quality dental care while enjoying everything that destination has to offer. Around the world, millions of people travel every year for healthcare. Today, African cities are beginning to write their own stories. Port Harcourt is one of those cities, known for its warm hospitality, vibrant business environment, quality hotels, exciting cuisine, and welcoming people. It's becoming a destination where visitors can combine business, leisure, and healthcare. A healthy smile is more than just an appearance. It brings you confidence, comfort, and allows you to enjoy life's moments without a second thought. Whether you're in Port Harcourt for a work, conference, family, or simply to explore the city, taking time to care for your smile can be part of your journey. As you enjoy this music, remember, every journey tells a story, and one of the best souvenirs you can take home is a confident, healthy smile. This is a unique presentation on dental tourism, sponsored by Stream Dental Clinic, Port Harcourt. Every trip must begin with a smile. For more information on the Stream Dental Tourism package, visit www.streamdental.ng. Enjoy the music and thank you for tuning in.
Everywhere, new memories, beautiful start, confidence living inside your heart. Travel far, dream bigger, one smile changing everything. Touchdown smooth, we handle the way. VIP comfort from night to day. Hotel welcome waiting nearby. Peace of mind while the city shines. Premium living, rest and restore. Smile transformation and something more. From your first step to your journey home. Stream Dental, never walk alone. Warm light shining after the flight. Water cold glowing through the night. Travel easy, feel the care. Confidence rising everywhere.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen